Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. My name is Lila Gislason. I am the co-founder and a board member of Foundation for the Future. Welcome to Conversations for the Future. I can't believe that we are into October. We started these events last December, and they've just been really exciting and informative and fun and enjoyable ever since. So thank you again for joining us. We've got a lot of regulars, which is great. Today's topic is bringing space home. A little vague. What does that mean? Well, it means we'll be talking a lot about how all the things that we're doing in and around space, exploration, science, and technologies benefit our lives here on the ground. Since the beginning of space exploration, space has already greatly altered how we live here and will continue to do so, I think, at an exponential rate. So I love that we're talking about it and getting ahead of it. If you're just joining us, this is a monthly event where we discuss all things space, from financing, which we'll cover next month, don't miss that, to space garbage and sustainability, which we covered last month. We mainly focus on infrastructure systems that make space real and boring, as we like to say, commonplace, if you will. We've got a great lineup today. We've got Coyote Smith, Joel Mosier, Eric Felt, who are some great regulars here. They'll also be participating in a panel. Saturday Space, which is one of our great segments on space and entertainment, will feature Jordan and Katrina Melograma, who are a dynamic duo in the industry. And stay tuned for an interview with Tim Chrisman and Pete Walensky. I hope I'm saying that right. So great lineup, stay tuned. The goal of these events is really to advance space access for everyone, which is exactly what our first speaker and founder and executive director, Tim Chrisman, is devoted to doing. Tim is a former CIA and Army intelligence officer. Tim supported the National Space Council and the Joint Staff at the Pentagon. He holds master's degrees in intelligence studies and international relations and affairs, that's two, both from American University. Mr. Chrisman is the author of the book, Humanity in Space, which is a great read. If you haven't, please pick it up. It's a lot of fun. And he's written a lot of articles about space, the expanse of space, civilization in space, and his next challenge and mission is to make space accessible, survivable, and as I said, routine enough to be boring. And I know Tim has a lot more to say about who the Foundation for the Future is and what we're doing and why we're doing it. And so without further ado, I will introduce Tim.
Thanks, Lila. Yeah, so great to be here again, and welcome back a lot of you all from yesterday. It's, looking back and reflecting last night on a lot of the different stuff we heard. It's, I think, most striking to think about how the vast majority of the people who spoke yesterday did not sort of have this preordained path to space. They came to it by circuitous means. They got to where they were in their careers, not because they followed the corporate ladder, so to speak, but most of them sort of joined laterally, and that's cool to see. I mean, whether it's the Las Vegas search and rescue diver, which turns out there's a very large lake nearby, and so they do need a diver. I was corrected. But it's encouraging for a lot of people who come to these events, who listen to them and are asking the question, how do I get involved? How do I participate in the space economy? And that's a question we're often asked when we go on the road and take, whether it's our message to Congress people or just going into local communities and holding these events, which we did over the summer, and talking about how we can make these communities that in many cases represent the old industrial base of America. Places like Scranton, Pennsylvania, Akron, Ohio. These are towns that, you know, you can see the aging ironworks and steel mills and factories, and now they're being repurposed into accelerators or just warehouses. And in many cases, the message that the people there have received is go learn to code, and then you can become a useful member of society again. And they've seen their youth leave because of a lack of exciting opportunities. And so when we show up and start talking about space and how the existing infrastructure and architecture of what they have there, ranging from their workers to the rail yards, really aligns with what is needed to create an industrial base to support the space economy. It's we're rapidly entering a phase when the white lab coats of a handful of engineers and rocket scientists piecing together a rocket once every few years has fallen by the wayside, and it's more Model T industrial production of systems going into space. And so, you know, it's exciting to see people's eyes light up when they realize that skills that they've honed over decades, and in some cases a generational career path, can be used for something exciting and you know, reinvigorating. So that's kind of what I want to talk about this morning a little bit, talking about probably one of the most salient pieces of space being brought back to home, and that's jobs. It's not a uncommon occurrence every political cycle to hear some candidate or another using the oft quoted phrase, "It's the economy, stupid," or some variation on that when talking about what matters to voters. And ultimately, that is what matters. Are there jobs? Are they better than they were yesterday? And is there a prospect for a better tomorrow? Is what motivates the vast majority of us when we're looking for political change or political action. And so as we think about the space economy and think about how there is still a need for a government role in space, but more importantly, there needs to be a sense that we want the majority of America to buy into this as a real sector of the economy. Much like how the dot-com era was initially just sort of a fad for the nerds and engineers, and gradually became a part of everyone's life by integrating it, whether it was through technology people used, or more often, jobs that they got related to that new technology. And so as we look forward, looking at how we can engage those parts of the workforce that up until now have largely been behind the scenes or outright ignored. So when we're talking workforce development here at the foundation, that really means the idea that the workers who are making what is designed, those career and technical education level laborers, those welders, machinists, pipe fitters, construction workers, those are the people that make up the workforce that we describe. And there's often this sense that we can throw money at STEM education or STEAM education and it'll work itself out. And no doubt we are in a much better place now, having spent years focusing on increasing access to and emphasis on STEAM and STEM education. But what has then fallen by the wayside is those segments of the population who for whatever reason, have no interest or inclination to do jobs related to that. They want to make with their hands. They want to feel what they're doing. And maybe there's just, they like welding or machining things. And so that's where they gravitate towards. And so when we look across the space community and see that the vast majority of workforce development falls into one of two categories. One is that, as I mentioned, STEM and STEAM, which is in large part promoted by things like the NASA Space Grant Consortium. And the second is customized programs that companies stand up on their own. And so when a company shows up in a new community, they'll work with a community college or technical school there to create a pipeline of workers for them. This is often labor intensive for both the company and the community college, but more importantly, the community has no way of preparing ahead of time for that company or to attract that company to come. And if that company leaves or otherwise becomes defunct, the program that was created may or may not be applicable to the next closest competitor. And so there's this gap in sort of an all-purpose, all-weather program or architecture for workforce development in the space community. And so what we look to do and what we're trying to build as we go about this Workforce for the Future initiative is a pathway that a student entering their educational programs at kindergarten or pre-K have a clear path to get to the space job they want. Right now, when kids sit down for some of their first classes, they're asked, what do you want to be when you grow up? And they have wild visions ranging from, princesses to superheroes. And those who mention being an astronaut are often treated the same as those who said they want to be a princess or superhero. It's cute, that's nice. By the time you turn 7, you better have gotten a better answer, kid. And that's in part because there's not a vision of how you even get there. What do you do? Even for some more mundane jobs than maybe working in space, there's a clear path for what you do and how you get there. Being a doctor requires decades of school and work, but we at least know what that looks like. In many cases, people have talked to or seen someone going through that. The same with whether it's a lawyer, a scientist, an engineer, even barbers and cosmologists. We know and understand generally, if not specifically, what that path looks like. But for space, that doesn't exist. And that's at least not in the cultural zeitgeist. And so what we want to do is dispel the fog, if you will, of uncertainty around these jobs, these paths, and make it so people like Alyssa Carlson, the young lady who sort of gained notoriety and became famous because she was able to find and go to all the NASA space camps and was working from a very young age to become the youngest astronaut ever. And it was a huge deal that she had done all of these space camps, not necessarily because they were rigorous and challenging like some Olympic tryout, but because it's hard to even know where and how to do them if you're not living next to a NASA facility or already plugged in to the aerospace community. And so it's high time that we make programs like that accessible to everyone. So What we're trying to do with a little more specificity, and we'll get even further as we go, is taking what already exists and exporting that nationwide. There's places in the country that do this blue collar training really well. There's states like Washington, Florida, Texas that have invested a lot of time, effort, and money in creating programs for different trades that train workers and have a continuing education process that are really well done. What we need to do now is use those experts and trainers who have done well and export that nationwide through a network of schools that very much resembles what NASA has done with its Space Grant Consortium, where every state has a lead school to help distribute STEM grant money and trying as best as possible to deliver that in an equitable manner all the way down to the kindergarten level. And so what is needed now is a network of community and technical colleges who can create train the trainer programs, use federal grant money to cross-level the information, the certifications, and the like from places where they're good in Florida to places where they have no idea that this is even possible, like Kansas. And so that is what we're trying to build, and using programs like the Economic Development Agency's Good Jobs Challenge to do that. And we'll talk a little more about that here in a second. So our workforce for the future model would look very similar to, as I said, the NASA Space Grant Consortium, where we would take federal grant money in partnership with private grants, state level funding to create a crowdsourced set of certifications, content, and training material that can be used to upskill entire community and technical college programs in preparation to enter them into the space economy. We'll back that up with a formal accreditation process to accredit these schools as being space ready. That doesn't necessarily reflect on whether or not they are prepared to execute specific training programs, but rather that the school itself has laid the foundation and is going through the process to prepare itself to enter into the space economy when and if companies show up and are able to and interested in engaging with them. And so I wanted to lay out here in a little more detail a sense of what and how we're looking to accomplish things. And so if you'll look across here, our 5-year plan, I promise the 5-year plan is not necessarily a reference to the communist 5-year plans. It just is what fits on a slide. But the idea is using an iterative approach over the next 5 years. We prototype and then finalize different components of this until ultimately we're able to start building down from the community and technical college level to high schools, to middle schools, to elementary schools, and use that as a way in cooperation with other organizations, with other schools, with other programs to make sure that students, regardless of what they want to do when they grow up, even if they just know they want to do something related to space, have that pathway where they can get off at a PhD or they can get off at an apprenticeship. And so some of the early work, and we'll talk a little more about where we're at and where we're going over the next few months here in a second, but working towards starting with the DoD, because it is one of the largest components of the federal budget, starting there in getting appropriations and authorizations related to this sort of program for the defense workforce, and beginning to prototype the accreditation and the network structure. As we go into next year, we're looking to finalize that accreditation and start to stand up shell versions of scholarships and national grant programs in cooperation with the Economic Development Agency and others to start the process of prototyping and rapidly improving the programs in underserved areas. And that's where then we come in by 2023. We're looking to start the formal process of developing and working with states to create content for high schools, while we're also formally working with defense and these underserved communities to more fully realize the programs that were initiated 21 and 22. I won't go through all of this, but as you see, it's meant to be this sort of 1-2 step of prototyping, adapting, improving before going final, and then building up of that as we go forward. This is just meant to give you a scale of the program itself. The NASA space grant is about a $100 million program that is appropriated every year. At the federal level, there's different amounts of state funding that goes into that as well. But as planned, what we're looking at would require roughly a third, if not a little less, of that amount to create a similarly sized national network. Now, we're not content to have this be a third of the size of what is being done right now for STEM and STEAM. And so with our pilot that we're targeting at about a $25 million program, we will then use the results of that to go back to Congress and make the case that whatever they appropriate for STEM and STEAM education related to space should be matched for this workforce development program. And so if you're able to get $100 million for those other programs, we should be trying to reach parity with these technical programs. So where are we at? What have we done so far on this? Earlier this year, we had language inserted into the National Defense Authorization Act, as well as the Appropriations Act for the Defense Department, that authorizes and appropriates money for an initial design of a career and technical education program for the Defense Department's industrial base related to space. And we partnered with a handful of other industries to group it under a sort of hard to fill rubric to help, kill two birds with one stone, so to speak. In the process of that, several workforce development champions emerged in Congress, one of whom, Chairwoman McCollum from Minnesota, we are honoring with an award later this month at our fall gala. But these are people who, once they saw the potential and promise of space touching their communities, became really invigorated with advocating for new mechanisms to not only fund, but also programmatically analyze and distribute the content needed to ensure that communities can do this on their own and are not required to be beholden to any organization. The Good Jobs Challenge that I mentioned earlier, this is one of the programs that was stood up during COVID, and it uses some of that relief money. But what it is a series of grants. I believe there's 25 or 50 of them that will be awarded to programs that are looking to create new workforce development pipelines around the country. And we're putting together a national team to represent the space sector for this. We have about 35 states represented so far, and are looking to close the gap to all 50 by January, when this grant will the submission will be due. And that money will be used to fund the pilot that I talked about earlier. tangentially to that with the Build Back Better Challenge, the STEM Talent Challenge, and several other challenges from the Economic Development Agency. We're partnering with communities ranging from Scranton to Albuquerque, New Mexico, with their programs to do small regional clusters related to space workforce development. And so with those programs, initially, we're writing letters of support and then helping them design what those programs would look like to best maximize not only industry interest, but also the amount of jobs that are able to be created with the amount of money given. So I've talked a lot about sort of our plans, what we're doing, where we're going, or what we've done. And I don't know that I actually have time to talk about what's next. The short version is we've got to get through Congress. And if you follow political news at all, there is a lot of crises that seem to consistently and almost constantly pop up. And so rather than viewing that as a problem, we're trying to make sure we don't let any crises go to waste. And any one that's related to an initiative we're working on, we're trying to leverage that as a way to not only get in front of Congress people, but also ensure that the vehicle that they're using for legislation can also support what we're trying to do, whether with this in the Workforce Development or the Space Corporation Act. I mentioned yesterday sort of our 3 tiers or pillars of support. That's more important than ever when we're talking advocacy in front of Congress. And so if any of you are willing or interested to work with us, whether it's at the idea or intellectual level, to talking to your congressperson or financially supporting us, please reach out, let me know. And if it's something specific you want to help with, I'll make sure to plug you in with the team member who's doing that. So I'll leave it there and hopefully have not gone over on time.
Tim, you're always on the ball. Let's see. I am so excited to have so many friends on this call today. We've got new folks who came on yesterday who are back today. We've got our returning speakers. Frank White is here today. David Chevrant is here after missing yesterday for a much needed day off. And just really nice to see some of the folks who are coming back. Our next speaker is Coyote Smith. Dr. Smith is a professor of strategic space studies at the Air Command and Staff College at Air University on Maxwell Air Force Base in Montgomery, Alabama. He retired from the Air Force in 2016 in the grade of colonel after 30 years of service in various flying, missile, and space assignments. He earned his PhD in strategic studies from the University of Reading in the UK in 2011, and he's also a graduate of the U.S. Air Force Weapons School and the School of Advanced Air and Space Studies. Welcome back, Coyote.
Thank you very much, Lee. It's absolutely wonderful to be here. I really want to thank you for putting together formats and forums like this for us to have these types of discussions. You know, you sit here and you think about the value of space, and space itself is just so cool that here we are. We're here working this, trying to create the momentum to achieve great things in space, not just on a nation-to-nation scale, but personally, through personal investment, through normal human behavior. You know, when we talk about normal human behavior, space is part of that structure. It is not like some supernatural type of thing that we're engaging with. It's part of the universe that we know. You sit here and you think about how we were crafted. About 14.2 billion years ago, the debate is still out there. We were fueled in the creation of the Big Bang. We are actually comprised of all those little tiny star bits of which we're comprised. When we go to space, we're not going someplace new. We're going home, where we came from. And it's just such a wonderful thought. What I'd like to pass on to you today is really three thoughts. Number one, space is for commerce. It's where we're going to be generating wealth in the future. If we're going to expand the human economy into space, it's unavoidable. This is what people do. When we find new frontiers, we advance there and we capture resources, etc. One of the things that's wonderful about space is we can go to places like the moon, we can go to places like Mars, and even though we still remain highly ignorant, we aren't interfering with indigenous peoples. And we're going to be able to harness and harvest resources that will expand human wealth. But of course, I'm a professor, so I have to walk you through this, right? 26 centuries ago, an author named Thucydides wrote that political behavior among humans is driven by fear, honor, and interest. And that remains largely true today, but today we say that security, prestige, and wealth are those things that actually propel us not only politically, but also commercially, personally, etc. Security, prestige, and wealth. And I'll also point out that another author, a Pulitzer Prize winner, Walter McDougall, wrote Heavens and the Earth. A fabulous book came out in '86. Here he chronicles two phenomena. First, the evolution of spacefaring, starting with the early rockets in Russia, through Germany, through the Second World War, and the evolution of our space programs. Absolutely a wonderful magisterial book. As you can see, I use this a lot in classes, and I highly commend that to your reading list. This book really does a top-notch job explaining how we went there for security reasons first. About 20 years ago, I bumped into Frank Borman at a conference. And when I bumped into him, I said, "Hey, you're Frank Borman." And he looked at me and he goes, "Yes, I know." Anyway, he generously gave me an interview wherein he said any idea that the Apollo program had anything to do with space exploration was just nuts. Nobody was interested in space exploration like that. What they were interested in was beating the Russians. Okay, so that's an interesting perspective. I'd like to share with you one of my very favorite books of all time. This is written by an Air Command and Staff College staff professor here named Donald Cox, and his co-writer, Michael Stoiko. It's called Space Power, What It Means to You. This was written just a couple of months after Sputnik went up, before there was bureaucracies and equities, and before politics had gotten its latches into space to harness it for political purpose. That's an interesting story because, as Walter McDougall would tell you in that book I had introduced previously, wow, we transformed our economy almost to a Manhattan-style project in order to beat the Russians to the moon. That became our objective. And that really, in a capitalist Western society, that changed the way we would do spacefaring. And some people have argued that we should have waited for the commercial movement to happen. But if we'd waited for the commercial movement to happen, it would have taken probably another century, because the massive investment that the government put into space in getting to the moon triggered off so many things. A terrible opportunity was lost by NASA. When you buy a personal computer, you'll oftentimes have a chip in there manufactured by the Intel Corporation, and you'll have a little sticker that says Intel inside. If we had NASA inside stickers over all the products that have got that space-related technology in it, you would discover so many things in your home, in your workplace, and anywhere you go, have NASA inside. It has been a tremendous return on the investment. Originally, when they were talking about setting up NASA, they were saying that it would become a self-funding organization. Spin-off technologies would go to the commercial market, and they would pay or license that funding from NASA. And so NASA would become a self-funding organization. However, that didn't happen. The returns on NASA's investment gets kicked into the general fund, and we don't get to see the NASA inside on everything. Well, things have changed. The Cold War, first Cold War, mercifully came to an end. And we find ourselves now in an era where things are just commercially booming. Things are moving out in space far faster than they were with the commercial equities. I like to point out that in 1964, there was a baseline that was established by the Rand Corporation for what could be achieved in space. One of the first things that Congress required was reusable rockets. Reusable rockets. They knew that reusable rockets were technically complicated, but they were physically possible, and they wanted to stop throwing away those rockets. Well, the task was given to the Air Force, who always had something else that met its primary mission of air power. And so it never really got around to doing a lot of the really cool and Gucci things in space, like creating reusable space systems, reusable rockets. That would wait, of course, until Elon Musk and now Jeff Bezos are creating reusables. This is a wonderful thing. That is the normal American commercial market taking place out there. It's a real revolution. I like to point out, however, that all the things that we do on orbit generate revenue. Think about the Air Force's GPS system. Now, you don't think of GPS as a commercial system, but the second and third order effects of having GPS integrated across so many things. Imagine this. The annual valuation of GPS in 2019 was nearly $365 billion to the US economy. That's real revenue to industry out there. That's taxable revenue. GPS is a money-making project for the US government and for now the Space Force. And we'll talk about the Space Force in just a few minutes. I want to highlight some of the excitement about what's going on in the space commercial market. You have Rod Pyle's new book, Space 2.0. I highly recommend this book to your reading. Rod did a magnificent job raising the excitement level for what is happening. And by the way, it's also full of pictures, and he wrote it at a very basic level so that everyone can understand it. I also like to point out some of the other things that are going on. Bob Zubrin, of course, we know Bob Zubrin very well from the Mars Society and from the National Space Society as well. He writes in this book, The Case for Space, all the reasons why you would want to go to space. Another thing in the national security realm, you've got authors like Brent Zarnick. This is developing national power in space. He's talking about developing economic power in space, those taxable revenues, those returns on your citizens' investment that give you a healthier, stronger population, that give you more liberty and opportunity to share your learnings and developments with other nations and for you to contribute on a global scale. I also want to point out my good friend, and we all know Pete Garrison and his wife, Nami Goswami. This fantastic book, Scramble for the Skies, its subtitle is The Great Power Competition to Control the Resources of Outer Space. Yeah, I had to back off there a little bit. My arms need to get longer with age. I also want to point out that there's The Value of the Moon by the late and great Paul Spudis. I want to give a special shout out to Paul. He's not with us anymore. This is an excellent book that talks about all those platinum-based minerals, all those other types of minerals that are rare here on Earth, that as we harvest those, we will be able to expand our economies. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in just a moment. Another person that we owe a great debt of gratitude to for his enduring work on this topic is John Mankins. Holy cow, The Case for Space Solar Power. We are now finally, I led a study about 15 years ago in the Department of Defense, and many of the people who participated in that study are here. Eva Jane Lark, Dallas Beanhoff. I had nearly 200 people volunteering their time, true space power enthusiasts, space corporate individuals, legal minds, financiers. People were absolutely captivated by the space-based solar power study that we did absolutely open in the online environment. Why did we do it online? The Pentagon doesn't do its studies online. We did that one online because we saw, I would actually like to give credit to General Jim Armour, who is now a vice president for the Northrop Grumman Corporation. But when he was on active duty as my boss, working for the Undersecretary of the Air Force, Dr. Ron Sega, he said, Coyote, this space-based solar power stuff, this is just too important to the United States, to our allies, and to the rest of the world. Let's do this study as you propose, right on the open internet, with complete transparency to everyone. This will do two things for us. First, it will prevent some companies from getting monopoly, dominance, and intellectual property where they can hold everybody kind of blackmail And the analogy to that was back during the First World War, Glenn Curtiss and the Wright brothers had the intellectual property in the US on how to make an aircraft so locked up that during the First World War, we couldn't get a aircraft built here. We had to fly European manufactured aircraft in the First World War. Imagine that. Imagine the tragedy that if space-based solar power became such a possibility, but companies had all that intellectual property tied up. So that was one of the benefits of doing it right out in the open. And later, it would be recognized as the very first crowdsourced study. We didn't even have the word crowdsourced at that time. And so now I want to recognize the fact that as we do these things, we are in a period of great power competition. A rising China, which has demonstrated that it's hyper competitive. It has demonstrated its willingness to violate international norms and international law in such manners as building those islands in the South Pacific Ocean, South China Sea, excuse me. The South China Sea, the building those islands and making territorial claims over islands that the international community had previously given to China, the Philippines, Vietnam, etc. And the Chinese don't care. This is a problem. They are likely to demonstrate that type of resource capture in outer space. And so we need to be aware of that. We also need to avoid the dragon's trap. And here comes part of the history lesson that comes with, being a professor. About 500 years ago, Europe was in a horrible situation. Wars had drained their budgets. Famines had drained their budgets. Pandemics, plagues had drained their resources. Kingdoms were falling. Empires rose and fell. Royal families were removed from power and replaced. They were indebted to their merchant class, and they were running out of money and resources. But this mission to the Americas, which would culminate in Columbus discovering the Americas, opened up a window of opportunity. Now, I'd like to also make a statement that it's horrible what happened to the indigenous peoples. The point that I am making, though, is those European powers, strapped though they were, who made the extra investment to send their merchant fleets to the Americas, along with the protection provided by their navies, secured those resources for themselves. Now, they did three things. First of all, they secured the wealth of the New World. They paid off their debts. Number two, they denied that wealth to their enemies. And because of that, you would see the power dynamics in Europe shift yet again as those nations rose. For the third thing, those nations that made that investment, that made that trip, that harnessed those resources, secured their position as great powers in the world for at least 500 years. Yeah, that is what we are talking about here. Now, as we sit here and we think about expanding our economies into space, and I want you to first think about the moon as the Earth's 8th continent. The moon is sitting right there 2.5 days away. It's a shorter trip to the moon than it is to sail across the Atlantic. 2.5 days away. And we have little geniuses out there that are working cislunar development plans like our own Dallas Bienhoff. A countless number of students that come through my university here, that part of the Schriever Space Scholars, that write prolifically about the need to harness those rare earth minerals. If you want that electric economy, if you want those batteries, we've got a couple of options. We can rape Africa. We can rape the oceanic floors. And by and large, those islands that China are building are the tailings of their types of harvesting of the oceanic soils in order to harvest rare minerals. No, we can go to space. We can go to the moon and harvest those extra valuable resources. The vision that Jeff Bezos holds out there for us is to turn the Earth into a safe, clean, green environment for humanity and take our contaminating industries to space where we manufacture and fabricate those things there, where it just, if you strewed garbage on the moon, and we wouldn't do that because it would be an eyesore, it'd be terrible. We have a moral conscience on this type of behavior now. But the point that I want to make is that space is hostile. It's caustic. Those solar winds are more contaminating and polluting than virtually anything that humans can do. We have a raw fusion reaction burning 93 million miles away. When I step out into the sun, given my heritage, just a few minutes later, I start turning red with a fusion burn. Space is hostile, but it also is a home for tremendously valuable resources. The moon is the Earth's 8th continent, boy, and Mars is the 9th. And that asteroid belt represents a gold rush opportunity for those that will take the risk to send their merchant fleets, protected by their space forces, to make sure that we harness those in a safe, environmentally sound, internationally agreed upon method. That's so important. Now, as we expand our economy to space, we need to keep in mind the lesson of 500 years ago. Our Western nations, the United States and our closest allies, we are starting to wobble with debt that we owe to ourselves, but not just to ourselves. There is a competitor out there named China who has been buying up national debts and properties. They have been securing to themselves properties on Earth. What they are doing in the Antarctic with these little crawlers moving around and planting little flags that designate Chinese names, you can imagine that they're going to be exercising a development plan where they create economic exclusion zones or security zones where other nations are not allowed to go because they're going to claim safety as their guardian for them to conduct their operations there. This is almost a trial balloon for what we anticipate them to do, as they've done in the South China Sea, as they're doing in the Antarctic, with the moon, with Mars, and the other resources of space. If we want Western values to prevail, we need to get there first, because we will not exclude China. They will be part of the international mix of ideas that we use. But the fear is, as they threaten their neighbors now, flying aircraft over Taiwan, pushing them into a terrible situation, we want a more liberal, a Western democratized type of leadership in the space community. Now, if we don't get there and China gets there, they will secure those resources for themselves. They will exclude those resources to the Western nations that are wallowing in their debt. What they will do is they will leave us trapped in our debt, doing very little more than being able to service the interest rate on the debt that we owe them. We get put into indentured servitude to the Chinese. This is what that is about. And if they exclude us from those resources of space and they put our economy on those in economic and battery-driven terms with those resources harvested from space, we are going to be stuck with maybe a millennia of Chinese leadership before a new liberalization will free us from that harness. Lastly, I want to talk a little bit about what the roles and missions of the United States Space Force is. I will tell you, in my opinion, our Space Force is suffering from an identity crisis. They suffer from an identity crisis because they have evolved out of the Air Force, which gave them a mismatched set of beliefs and doctrine about what space is. For all of those years, the Air Force asserted, and I'm talking about multiple decades, that air and space were one seamless aerospace medium, and therefore air power doctrine just applied evenly to space. So you have space professionals that will walk around talking about support to the warfighter and nothing else. They don't even talk about proper defense of space assets so that they can continue to provide that support to warfighters in a challenged environment. But most sad of all, and this is the missing gap, a space force is like a Navy. The primary value of a space force is not support to the warfighter. It is continuing protection and support of the economics of space. And, oh yes, support to the warfighter. But I'll tell you why this is important. The last year's numbers that I've seen, and I found this information on the internet, so it's got to be true, right? But I did try to do a little bit of due diligence. In 2018, the return on investment to general aviation, commercial aviation, was approximately $27 to $29 billion. I can't get it more close than that. $27 to $29 billion. In 2018, the return on investment for space was between $32 and $34 billion. And you don't have all that ground infrastructure to pay for. You don't have all of that, the massive employees that commercial aviation has. So for a lower investment, you get a bigger return on space. I also want to point out that with these grandiose constellations going to orbit in this decade, we have registry through our own FCC and the International Telegraphic Union for over 40,000 satellites going to orbit before the end of this decade. 40,000. Now think about this. I did my research. In 2018, again, that's before COVID hit, the number of aircraft in total that were aloft at any one time, averaged over 24 hours, was less than 10,000. It was about 9,975 aircraft that were aloft at any one time. And remember, there's a lot more aircraft, but when they're on the ground, they're not doing what aircraft do. Aircraft fly. But with 4 times as many satellites on orbit doing their mission 24/7, 365 days a year, moving information, moving all of that fabulous data. That is where the future lies. And I haven't even spent too much time talking about space-based solar power. Trust me, I can bore you to death with a little bit of space-based solar power, but I'm not going to. I'm going to leave that to your imagination. I will say that we now have DARPA-sponsored research, Navy research laboratory efforts going on orbit. We have the SPIDER program that's proving and testing out the space-based solar power, and the returns are incredibly favorable. The question is whether or not we can place in space those pieces of infrastructure that will reduce the startup cost for companies that want to do that. I believe part of the NASA budget should be, in my opinion, used as Lewis and Clark style of experiments of finding out what is out there and reporting to our commercial centers so that our commercial sector can capitalize on what is discovered. And space-based solar power will be no different. Right now, your United States Army has decided that it is going to invest in receiving stations for space-based solar power so that it no longer has to ferry all of that petroleum through combat zones in the middle of a war area, keeping its footprint lower and preventing the types of hideous disasters that happened during the Iraq and Afghanistan experience, where we were moving, and this is the 2006 numbers that I'm giving you, where 75% of our casualties were incidental to convoying petroleum in and around the battle space. And after all the budget was paid for doing that, the expense was between $300 and $600 per gallon delivered to the sites where that fuel was consumed to generate electricity. If we can broadcast that safely and cleanly from space and broadcast that anywhere on the Earth, think of what we have done. Think of that. This is a tremendous opportunity for us all. So as the Space Force expands its roles and missions, the things that I wanted to take on beyond support to the warfighter, I want our Space Force to recognize that its primary mission is to secure commerce in challenged times. I want to recognize it has the enduring mission of support to warfighters, but it has that responsibility for support to those peacekeepers, those peacemakers, those disaster relief agencies, not only here on Earth, but in space. I want them to take on Coast Guard-like roles and missions to include those Title 14 and Title 32 authorities that are laid out in the Unified Command Plan. Those roles and missions would include environmental stewardship, such as space debris removal, and planetary asteroid defense in concert with our international partners. I want them to work on helping to establish international norms, codes of conduct, customary space law, and a proper codified international body of space law. With 40,000 satellites on orbit, you would think that we would have an international space management plan. We don't. We need to get to the same place that aviation is today, or we're going to have problems on orbit. We need an international space traffic management plan and the ability to execute it. And we need that in the near term. We also need to provide search and rescue services. Space commerce is happening. Before the end of this decade, we will have people visiting the surface of the moon and perhaps settlements. When that happens, what is going to happen when a disaster, as it always does, occurs? Are you going to feel comfortable sleeping at night, looking at a moon that is now a graveyard? Or do you want your Space Force to have some ability to go there and search and rescue people that are stranded, not only on the lunar surface, but in orbital space itself? Perhaps Bigelow's vision of space hotels dotting the orbit will be possible. That'd be great. And finally, we need those kinds of law enforcement opportunities that Coast Guards provide on the open seas. Now, Coast Guards provide that in a very transparent manner, enforcing international Interpol laws and also our own national laws. Those are the kinds of things that a Space Force needs to be able to do. Some of them will be done robotically, but we will also have to have personnel in space. The time is now to begin growing our space cadre to perform those roles and functions. I'm going to conclude by hitting the fact of the 3 points that I had for you today. Space is for commerce. We need to avoid the dragon's trap by going and securing those resources for the United States and its allies at the earliest possible time. And lastly, we need to expand the roles and missions of your United States Space Force. And with that, I'd like to turn it over and ask if there are any questions.
Coyote, I love that you started with a book review. We haven't had that before on our show, and I think that'll make a great list for us to post on social media. So thank you so much for that. Great points. And Thucydides, I literally yesterday put the Peloponnesian Wars back on my reading list. I haven't read it since college, and really wanted a refresher on that. My favorite line was, strapped though they were. I think that's such an important aspect. No, they weren't rolling in dough and wondering, burning a hole in their pockets. They were strapped and they did it anyway. My question for you, since we only have a minute, is when you talk about space resources, you're talking about them as though they are finite. We've got, one asteroid that's being visited, Psyche, is that who, is estimated at quadrillions of dollars worth of value. The moon has a lot of real estate on it. Mars has a lot of real estate. There are lots of asteroids just as big as Psyche, just as valuable. How are you? I mean, it took another century or two before the New World started to be divvied up and protected against competitive forces in developing those natural resources. So talk a little bit about that urgency that you're conveying in that framework. I mean, there's just so much out there.
Well, and here is an interesting thing. There are some resources that are going to be easy to harvest and lower of cost to harvest. And there's going to be others like, the example here on Earth is, shale oil that's harder to get than surface oil, harder than oceanic oil. The goal is to establish these types of things early and to establish a form of international governance on the moon that is fair, that prevents people from getting in each other's face here on Earth. Clay Maltz has his book that I presented earlier, The Politics of Space Security. He says space is so cool that it creates a venue for nations to get together, and if they can agree on something in space, maybe they can agree on something here on Earth. And that's kind of an optimistic view, perhaps idealistic, but he has a very strong point. We need to make sure that a Western-style governance, which has those types of remedies for in-your-face type of confrontations, legal remedies, that we can establish a properly zoned, perhaps, moon. Some of my colleagues would like to see the moon zoned, much like the geostationary belt is, so that whatever is harnessed there is shared with some of those nations here on Earth, and we can get to that for the benefit of all mankind. I'm not saying that I'm a prophet or a legal sage, but that's just one of those thoughts. And you are correct. Space represents everything else in the universe. And those resources of the asteroid belt do represent what seems to be unfathomable amounts of resources. But, the moon itself is kind of closed, but it does get impacted by asteroids. It brings new stuff to it all the time. And that's kind of cool all by itself. So you're right. Space is an open system. I speak about the moon as kind of a closed system. The Mars is a closed system. That's where we will cut our teeth That's where we'll really learn how to do this. And as Dallas Beanhoff often cautions me, when we talk about those values that we're going to harvest, those are post-transactional values, and we need to be careful not to overpromise the amount that we can trade them for, because as we bring massive more amounts down to earth, we're going to be changing the supply-demand equation. So those post-transactional values will probably be different than what we estimate today, because those are based on our current supply and demand estimations. I hope I got that right, Dallas. Did I?
He's not unmuted. Maybe he'll put it in the chat. Coyote, I wish we had another hour. I've got lots of questions written down. We'll have to have you back another time soon. Thank you so much for being here. Now, you were going to return for the panel in an hour or so, but your duties to backfill for your colleagues who are in the National Guard in the regional flooding that you're having is a great service, and we appreciate you.
Love you guys. Love everybody that's here. Thank you for coming. This is so important. Cheers.
Bye-bye. All right, our next speaker is Dr. Mosier. Dr. Joel Mosier is the Chief Scientist for the United States Space Force. He serves as the scientific advisor to the Chief of Space Operations and is the service's senior authority for all science and technology matters. Dr. Mosier represents USSF science and technology on decisions, high-level planning, and policy, building coalitions and alliances throughout the U.S. government, industry, academia, the international community, and other scientific and technology organizations. Dr. Mosier, it's great to have you back.
Well, thank you, Lee. It's great to be back. It's a wonderful conversation you all have been having over the last couple of days, and I've enjoyed it. And I'm very glad you asked me to be a part of it. And I'm particularly pleased to follow Coyote, who did a wonderful job of teeing up what I would like to talk about today, and go a little bit more in depth about, what does the Space Force, United States Space Force, mean to somebody in New York City or Topeka, Kansas, or Alamogordo, New Mexico, my hometown, by the way. What does it mean to them, and how does the Space Force affect their lives every day? And I definitely want to give a perspective. I agree with Coyote about his last comment about the Space Force facing an identity conflict or an identity crisis. And I'd like to respond with a few things on that. And so thanks, Coyote, for teeing me up very well. So let me see. I work for the Department of Defense, so I can't speak without some sort of chart. So let me see if I can do this. Okay. So again, I really want to introduce you guys to the Space Force in terms of why we're here, what we do beyond our primary mission, and what it means to individuals. And I'll really talk about.
Are you meaning to share slides?
Oh, is it not sharing?
It is not yet.
Share. How about now?
It looks like it's headed that way. And there they are.
Excellent, thank you. So I just to start, I want to talk a little bit about, what is the Space Force? I think there's some folks that may understand a little bit about what we do, but maybe not the full picture and what our missions were and where we're going. So I'll talk a little bit about that, and then talk about how we will benefit the future, not only in space, but here on Earth. And then I will kind of take the opportunity to follow up on some of Coyote's comments with my thoughts in the big picture. So first, let me talk about the brand new Space Force. So we are just under 2 years old. We were created in December of 2019. And so we're coming up on our second birthday. We were created as part of the FY20 National Defense Authorization Act. And we were given some missions as part of that. The missions are to organize, train, and equip for these three assigned missions: to protect the interests of space, of the United States in space, to deter aggression in, from, and to space, and to conduct space operations. And just for reference, what are those operations in space? They're shown on the bottom part of this chart. We do everything from space electromagnetic warfare, think jamming and counter jamming, orbital warfare, space battle management. We have launch ranges on both the east and the west coast, putting things into space. We do some intelligence obviously we acquire systems and put them into orbit. And we also have a lot of cyber capabilities. One thing to remember about the Space Force is we are primarily an organization that's moving bits and bytes from one place to the other. At least that's what we do today. We have communications, we have surveillance, we have missile warning, satellites. All of those are really about getting information quickly to the right place. And that expands well beyond supporting the joint fight, but it's very important for the joint fight. And then moving to the left, I will talk a little bit in a minute about deterrence and deterring aggression in and from and to space. So let me put that in a parking lot for just a second. And then finally, the protect the interests of the United States in space. And that's a lot in that statement. And that's actually a new mission for the Space Force. And one thing I will point out is that the Space Force was created out of the Air Force, as Coyote mentioned. No new people were provided and no new money was necessarily provided. We carved out of the Air Force, but we have this new mission, and this really is an opportunity to talk about where are we going, what is the strategic purpose of the Space Force, and what are our roles in protecting commerce and protecting all of these things that are going to space in the future. So I will talk about that in a minute. But just to put it in context, space has been around since the time of Sputnik and Apollo, and we have developed a lot of great things in space. It really does enable our preferred way of warfare. In other words, to fight our wars on the other side of the globe, on their territory, with precision munitions, precision strike. And all of that was demonstrated for the first time in the Gulf War. So I don't want to underestimate the value and the importance that the space really does provide in supporting that joint fight and the war fighter. But when the early Apollo era was driven by the Cold War, when the Berlin Wall fell, we kind of turned away from thinking of space as a contested domain. And we not that we weren't continuing to develop a space economy, and lots of great things happened in that period, but we weren't thinking so much that those capabilities were held at risk or there were threats against them, until we were kind of surprised in 2007 when China launched an anti-satellite weapon against their own meteorological satellite and destroyed it, created a mess in low Earth orbit. But the important wake-up call there was to realize that they were willing to go to start a kinetic operation in space, with all of the implied problems with such a thing, creating orbital debris and the like. But the fact that they were willing to do that was a wake-up call for us. And ever since that time, there's been lots of indication that strategic competitors have watched us, have seen that we like to use space for our way of life and way of warfare. And they're looking at how can they deny us that benefit, that access to space. And that's why space has become much more contested over the years. And it's also become more competitive and congested as we go. But this is really the primary reason cited in the 2020 National Defense Authorization Act for creating the United States Space Force. And it's great that we have now an independent service, a sixth service in the United States to concentrate on these issues. However, Coyote is right. The Space Force is dedicated to protecting and defending all that, but all of those things support our way of life. We harness the benefits of space every day. The global space economy is $400 billion today, expected to grow significantly over the next decades. We cannot deny the fact that space is a very important way, a part of our way of life, and that others have the ability to potentially deny us that ability. So we have to have a strong defense in space. We are not a bunch of Klingon warriors with photon torpedoes. We are up there to make sure that the way of life that we have become accustomed to is assured and protected. And that really does lead to a lot of benefits to the general populace. And so I'd like to talk a little bit about how the Space Force benefits the future, both in space and on Earth. And one of them is that, technical strength is good in general for national security, the economy, and global freedom of action. We very much appreciate the fact that we have many of the best and the brightest and the most technologically advanced things going on the planet are grown here in the United States, and that helps us overall in growing our economy, in providing for a very strong position on the global stage, from which the United States can spread our grand strategies and have things like global free trade and rules-based order in trade. All of those things really stem from technology. And again, that was one of the missions that we were given, was to protect those interested in space, including technology. And we need to do our part, and we do our part in the overall national security, in coordinating with the rest of the government and providing those technologies. So for example, it was already brought up before, GPS is a prime example of that. That is a Space Force mission system that is run by a team of folks out at Schriever Air Force Base that fly that constellation of satellites. And it provides all kinds of economic and convenience and lifetime benefits to the users. So there's obviously a direct example that's been talked about before. But as we move forward, thinking about things like advanced communications, tracking and space weather and things that might affect us on Earth, that's all part of the infrastructure that the Space Force is contributing to and working with other parts of the government to build. For example, NASA. As we move out to cislunar space, as I will talk about in a minute, we need to put together the infrastructure and the technology that supports that. And the Space Force is part of that activity. Not a lot of people realize that the Space Force actually does support basic and applied research, not only in space, but in space-related technologies, things like materials and sensors and artificial intelligence and human performance. Those are things that we are investing in because they have an application to space, but they have applications in a lot of other ways as well. So, we're kind of doing our part alongside other organizations such as the National Science Foundation and other similar places to support some of that basic and applied research. Another area that technology could potentially really ultimately affect the average citizen on the Earth is through planetary defense. We do have capabilities today. Our space surveillance network has the capability to detect a certain class of asteroids and the population out there to help characterize them and understand what might impact the Earth someday. In the future, we hope to also contribute to the technology that could prevent such an impact. And we're part of the interagency teams that are discussing how we would put together not only a response, but a defense action against such things. So that ultimately would help the average citizen. And let me talk a little bit more about deterrence as well. There's a couple of kinds of deterrence. There's we're all familiar with mutually assured destruction, and that's, we call that deterrence by punishment. That's we protect ourselves from, for example, a Soviet nuclear attack because they knew we could have a second response and we would punish them. And that's one type of deterrence. However, that's not really the type of deterrence that the Space Force is after. We're after this deterrence by denial of benefit. In other words, we want to make it so that there's no incentive for our adversaries to try to deny us the capabilities that we depend on, as I mentioned earlier. In other words, we want to make our systems survivable, resilient, able to operate through these threats and these attacks in order to deter somebody from even trying. And that fundamentally protects all of the things that we've come to rely on in space through that level of deterrence. And so I don't want to underestimate that, and I want to make sure folks understand that we absolutely positively have to have a strong defense to make sure those activities are there. And we don't ever want to go to have a warfare in space. What we really want to do is to deter those who would seek to deny us the benefit of doing such. So, this is the golden age of space. I have a whole other speech that I give and talking about all the great things that are going on today. And there's hardly a week that goes by that there's not just something amazing in the news that's happening. For many of us, we've been waiting for this our whole lives for all of this activity. But I'm convinced 20 years from now, people will look back on the year 2021 and say, that was the golden age of space. That was when all this cool stuff was happening. And so I don't want to deny the fact that there's a lot of really cool activity going on, and that mission that we have that to protect the U.S. interest in space is going to grow immensely over the coming years, and we have to grow alongside that. Just as an example, I get this from Rob Landis at NASA. He compiles the list of the civilian missions to the moon. And there are, I think, 28 different missions on this list, and he updates this almost weekly. I get a new thing that's been announced. This is a lot of activity, civilian activity going to the moon. Some of this is NASA's exploration and Artemis program, but some of this is other nations. We include some Russian, Indian, and Chinese missions to the moon. Some of these are private missions to the moon. The idea is that as humanity expands out to cislunar space, as it appears is happening through this list, in not too distant future, we also have to expand. The Space Force has to expand if we are going to complete that mission of protecting U.S. interest in space. And so I just want to say that we are very well aware of this, and we understand that this is a strong charge that we've been given. And a lot of the technology, Lee had asked me to talk about the technology that comes to Earth, but between our defense community, the Department of Defense, the civil exploration community such as NASA, in the commercial community, we all have unique things that we are pursuing in space. I've already mentioned that we're trying to make space, our capabilities, assured and survivable, and make sure we protect our capabilities. So there's lots of abilities there. The civil community is trying to do planetary exploration and earth science and all the great things that they do. And the commercial guys are trying to expand and make this a commercial market to explore potential wealth streams in space. But this Venn diagram is interesting because there is a convergence for all three of these communities where we all have interest in things like establishing the ability to service or refuel or extend the life of satellites, or to establish norms of behavior, and all of these other things. And I would say, General D.T. Thompson, the Vice Chief of the Space Operations, likes to say, space will come into its own, come of age, when it becomes routine and commonplace. And yesterday I heard Tim say, we want to make space boring. I completely agree with that. Until we get to the point where we can get to space as a matter of routine course, and that we start building our spacecraft and our things much in the way we build cars today, and on very commonplace mass-produced things. That's when we will have arrived. That's when this golden age of space will have achieved its full capability. And that's my point here is that's gonna require the participation of all three of these communities and working together as opposed to separately in developing these technologies and bringing them to the world. So and Coyote talked about this too. I want to talk a little bit about beyond technology, just talk about the policies, laws, and regulations, and how, as we grow into this future of space, the Space Force needs to play a part of that conversation in developing those things. And Coyote kind of stole a little bit of my thunder, but I want to follow up on, this idea of the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard is a very unique military branch, and they are a military branch, although they fall under the Department of Homeland Security as opposed to the Department of Defense, but they have military Title X authorities. In fact, they have some very interesting authorities, and we need to think about that for space. Things like vessel boarding, when they see a safety or a security issue, they have the authority to go board a vessel. Does the Space Force have did we have the authority to go board the Dragon capsule, the Inspiration 4 Dragon capsule, to make sure it was safe and secure and all of those things? No, we did not. In fact, have we thought through that? What organization, what capability do we have to enforce the same thing that we do on the oceans today in space? And we're going to have to think through some of those things. One of the things about space right now is a lot of those authorities and responsibilities are spread out into a lot of other organizations. There's something on the order of 66 government organizations that have a hand to play in space flight and space commerce. We need to start thinking about, okay, what is the right set of authorities that need to be given, not only to the Space Force, but possibly to other organizations? Or do we need to create a United States Space Guard that's parallel to the Coast Guard? Or do we need to give the Coast Guard authorities in space? I was just up at the Coast Guard last week, talking to them about their future. They're a very forward-leaning organization, thinking about what their role is in space in the future. So this is a conversation that we really need to have. And you can look through all of the authorities that the Coast Guard has, such as navigation safety. We have some of that in our space traffic control authorities that are kind of shared right now between the Space Force and the Department of Commerce. Assistance in time of need. Coyote brought up what happens in times of disaster response. Just to be clear, the Department of Defense very often contributes to disaster response scenarios, and that's a very important thing that we do. When needed, we deploy National Guard troops, for example, to go help with these things. However, we don't necessarily build our forces to do that. We do offer them up when they're needed, and I think they're a great advantage, but that would require a very different way of looking at things. If we had the responsibility for any organization in the Department of Defense to actually respond to disasters and problems, we would have to have the budget and the authorities to go along with that, much like some of the authorities that the Coast Guard has. So my point here is that this is a conversation that we need to have across the government. We need to figure out what our role is in that, and what, frankly, what the American taxpayer is willing to pay to have these services in the future. And I would argue that it's in their benefit because of the great economic benefit of space that comes along. So lots of discussions to be had along that. And those will happen over the coming years. And forum like this are great for thinking through this. The last quick thing I'd like to talk about is that the Space Force really does have a contribution to play in STEM education. We have been over the last couple of months going around the country signing partnership agreements under this university partnership program with a bunch of schools, universities, that we're going to develop very deep working relationships with to develop future space cadre that support not only the Space Force, but space industrial base, the space commerce. We are developing these partnerships, and here's just a few of them. We're looking to grow to 10 schools this year, where we will sign memorandum of agreement or understandings with these schools. Just got back last week from Purdue University, obviously a very strong space school. So this is happening, and that will only grow in the future, in lots of very deep relationships in terms of science and technology, workforce development, recruiting of Space Force Guardians will come from this university partnership program. And it's a very big part of something called the Guardian Ideal, which was released just a couple of weeks ago. That is the aspirational document that talks about what a guardian, by the way, a guardian is somebody that's either a military or civilian or contractor working for the United States Space Force, just like Air Force has airmen, we have guardians. And what is a guardian? And a guardian really is somebody a little bit different than we've seen in the other services, because we are such a technologically focused service. Guardians are expected to be technically deep and broad and able to think about the future, because the future is growing so much. And just to close, with this Guardian Ideal, there's a certain class of people, there always has been great Americans who desire to serve the country in military service. And we offer some of those folks are, by the way, space enthusiasts who are very interested in the technology of space. And so we offer the opportunity for folks to come into the Space Force, be technically deep, to really contribute to the future and the national power of the United States across all kinds of areas, and also serve their country as a military member. So we have procured a fairly large number of ROTC scholarships. So basically, if a high school senior is interested in serving in the United States Space Force, has the skills and desire and capability to do so, we can provide them with a full ride scholarship to get through school as a technical STEM student. And they can serve their country. They can do that for a few years and go back to industry, or they could continue to do that as a career. So I just want to point out that it's huge opportunities for STEM training through the United States Space Force. So with that, I think I'm about out of time. So I will defer the rest to the question and answer session. Thank you, Lee.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mosier. Let's see. You've covered a lot of different topics, and I have questions about each of them. We'll defer some of those to the panel since it's closing in on Eric Felt's time. But I wanted to ask, there was a good question in the chat that I can expand on. You talked about deterrence by denial of benefit, but some of our well-known opponents are already denied benefits through various sanctions. Does that lessen that impact? And so as a result, do we have DEFCON levels or anything to sort of signal what the risk is on any given day in space?
So fortunately, we have the United States Space Command. It's currently headquartered here in Colorado Springs. That is their primary job, is to see what's going on in space every day, to monitor for threats, to respond to things happening across the board. So we can rest assured that we have folks that are watching and have the mission today to really to not fight this war, but to be paying attention to what's going on and to respond if necessary to things going on. So I wouldn't say we have a DEFCON level, but we definitely have people who are looking and whose job today is to come to work, make sure that we're protected in space every day. We're not waiting for conflict to happen in space. And yes, all of the sanctions and other policies and things like that all help to contribute to the deterrence in space. But technology is another component of that we need to not take our eye off that ball.
Yeah, great. This is a funny way to think about things, but Coyote talked about how NASA was originally conceived to be a profitable entity. And then he said, we don't know because it goes into the general fund. Do you think that with all the technologies and benefits to Earth that you had in that great Venn diagram, would the Space Force be a profitable venture if it were designed to be such within, say, 5 to 10 years?
So I was going to mention some of this in my big picture thoughts that I jumped over, but I think my answer to that is that we need to think holistically about what the economic and political value of space is, and then put the Space Force in that context. So I wouldn't necessarily say that the Space Force should or could become profitable in itself, but the combination of the Space Force working with industry and other parts of the government together bring great benefit to the nation, and we should think about it in that context.
Great, great. And as we move on to the next talk, I do want to mention that George Neild came on and gave a talk last month making the argument about the Coast Guard responsibilities and rights, I guess, that you laid out. So there's another 30-minute talk on that for anyone who's interested in our September conference that would be posted here in the next few days. Thank you so much, Joel, and we'll see you again in the panel.
Thank you, Lee.
Colonel Eric Felt is the director of the Air Force Research Laboratory's Space Vehicles Directorate and the commander of the Phillips Research Site, where he leads a team of more than 1,000 scientists, engineers, and support personnel. This hard-charging team, composed of mostly United States Space Force Guardians, is focused on satellite operations, space domain awareness, advanced space solar cells, and space exploration. Colonel Felt, we're so glad to have you back today, and the screen is yours.
I am thrilled to be here today, and thank you for the introduction and the opportunity. Lee, you've really put together a great lineup of space visionaries to be going and to make sure that we're all doing our part to get there. That's really the theme of my talk today, which is going to focus on the Air Force Research Lab and the technology challenges that we see to envision the futures that we've talked about here. And if you can pull up the first slide there for me, please, Jay. I'm going to focus on the technologies that are going to be needed to enable the kind of features that we've talked about here. I do agree with all the previous speakers that we have so many different models from history that we can leverage to figure out where we need to go in space and to see some of the opportunities. We can also use those historical analogies to figure out some of the pitfalls and some of the roles and responsibilities that we each need to play. So again, that's really my theme here, is that what is the role of the technology, the government technology lab, such as AFRL, to envision all of these futures. So let's start with a little trip back in history, which is, of course, will be super fun to think back to the 1960s, which is the second most exciting time in space, because right now is the most exciting time in space. Also a simpler time in space, when we just had a Cold War race to the moon between the US and the Soviet Union, driven by national prestige and many, many technical challenges that had to be overcome, and the harnessing of the power of our nation to make sure that we got to the moon first. Only 1,500 objects in space, but still a very exciting time. Now, fast forward till today, where we are having what we call the space renaissance, or the second space age, in 21st century space, and it is a much more complex environment, and also an environment with many more opportunities. One of the most interesting things to me is that this space age is not being driven by a Cold War race of governments. This space age is being driven by economics and the commercial sector's drive to earn wealth in space through new things that can be done in space that are of value to citizens living on the Earth. And so that is a new dynamic that has made this space race even faster than the previous one, because it's being driven by all this commercial innovation. And it's much more similar to the gold rush in California rather than the Cold War, as an analogy. Some of the most interesting things that you can see on the chart here are, first of all, just thousands of satellites that are going into proliferated LEO orbits. Of course, that's not news to anybody, but from a space domain awareness challenges, you can see that we're going from 10,000 objects today that need to be tracked to 1 million objects in the not too distant future, just 9 years from now. From orbits that are simple and easier to understand to cislunar orbits, very low Earth orbits, satellites that are thrusting all the time, makes it a much more challenging operating environment to keep track of who's doing what. And who knows who all the players are. The barriers to entry are so much lower now, with the cost of launch coming down by 90%, cost of small sats down by 99%. Anybody can launch a small sat these days. And of course, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but not that much. And so that also makes it a much more complicated operating environment, but very analogous to the oceans and the when the Navy was first formulating their roles and responsibilities, and again, similar to the California gold rush in our own history. So those are some of the dynamics that we see. The moon is certainly one of the strategic targets, and Dr. Mosier shared all of the plans that are not just governments going to the moon, but many private commercial entities that are going to the moon. So then you're left with, well, okay, if this is the operating environment of the second space age, what is the role of the Space Force, and what is the role of the research lab within the Space Force to enable this and make sure that this outcome goes in a favorable direction to our vision as opposed to an unfavorable direction. And so that's really my role at the research lab, is to try to figure out what are the key technology enablers to shape this future to be the great future that we envision. Next slide. So it's certainly not going to come as news to folks that space is already vital to our U.S. economic and national security interests. So looking first at the left-hand side of the slide, many of U.S. citizens don't even know all the benefits that they get from space every day, from communication, all the satellite. You can't even tell if a communication signal today is going through a satellite or on a terrestrial network, nor should you have to worry about that. Satellite networks are used when it makes the most sense, terrestrial networks when that makes the most sense, and they can serve as a redundant backup to each other, augmenting each other, and the everyday citizen using communication services doesn't have to worry about it, but they sure are using space. Same with the global positioning system, which distributes the timing that enables all of the commerce in the world, and as well as all the positions on our phones and all the precision agriculture, as you see in the picture right there. Weather data comes from space, scientific exploration. There's certainly tons of benefits that are sometimes appreciated and sometimes not that we get from space today. And the global space economy is estimated to be about 450 billion today, growing to at least $1 trillion by 2040, more on that to come. All right, so that's what we have today, but the future has so many more new missions that we are going to be able to do in space, and new opportunities for wealth and commerce in space. And that's really even dwarfs, I believe, what we're doing in space today. However, all that dependence on space and all those space capabilities, when you look over at the national security side of things, make us very dependent on space and potentially vulnerable to threats in space. And so our adversaries and competitors are aware of how dependent our U.S. military has become on space. And of course, they threaten that in time of war. And my job as the technology providers to make sure that our Space Force can ensure the resilience of these space capabilities when we need them the most, thereby deterring the conflict from ever happening in the first place. Of course, the number one goal is to deter a conflict in space, which would not be good for anybody. And the key to that is understanding our capabilities and being able to protect and defend our capabilities. So there's tremendous synergies between the commercial and private citizen benefits of space and the DoD and national security benefits of space. And these are very synergistic and work together, but it requires a lot of careful strategy and thought to, again, make sure that we shape the future of space to also be favorable to the US and to our US Department of Defense. Next. A little bit about the space economy. Here's an estimate from 2019. What I was most struck about by this slide was how tiny the Space Force slice of the pie is there. But you will find us over there on the left. Only, and it's 12 billion is still a lot of money, but only 12 billion coming to, it's labeled as the U.S. Air Force at this time, because this was 2019. But that little investment of technology and security and protection enables this larger global space economy, which is the kind of things that you expect, like the communication that we've talked about. Now, this is the size today, but what's even more exciting is the projected growth in this business. Next. And the projections for what the future of the space economy look like vary widely, but they are all way bigger than today. And so here you have 5 different examples that range from $1 trillion to $3 trillion within the next 10 to 15, 20 years. And so there are a number of different estimates, and we really don't know because there's a lot of opportunities to, as I mentioned previously, do new things in space that we're not doing today, and we don't know how lucrative those are going to be. Mining asteroids might make $1 trillion. That would make a big difference on this chart, one way or the other, whether that comes to be a profitable enterprise or not. So again, when you look at this, you need to think, hey, how can we be proactive to make sure that we're doing our part to enable the future that we want in this future space economy. Next. All right, and so if you want to know what the future space economy is going to look like, here's one possibility. All right, and the key things about this are again, from my perspective, all of the new missions that the Space Force and the Department of Defense are not necessarily thinking about today. We're going to still be doing all the things we're doing now, and you see in the low Earth orbit there around the world, Earth, for example, International Space Station. There could be private space stations in the future. There could be other multinational space stations that have been proposed. You could have space manufacturing, lots of experimentation going on there. As you expand out to the geo belt, we envision a much more robust logistics activity up there, such as refueling, servicing, life extension, things like that. And then the economy is going to extend far beyond the geo belt, because again, there's business opportunities far beyond the geo belt, and you see some examples of them up here. You might have solar power stations. You might have strategic mineral and propellant reserves sitting up there at L1 between the Earth and the Moon. You're going to have, if you have settlements on the Moon, you're going to have lots of lines of commerce between the Earth and the Moon. All kinds of things, from asteroid mining, planetary defense, that will require new technologies and will open up the new space economy, just as we opened up California from the gold rush. So it's enabled by, all of this is enabled by the domain awareness of knowing what's going on up there, so that you can, from a DoD perspective, be able to protect and defend those space lines of commerce. And as needed, provide navigation, communication, and logistical services to support all of that. The economies that have expanded in other domains, such as when you develop sea lines of commerce, did not just happen all by themselves. Yes, there were entrepreneurs out there attempting to make money, but their progress was enabled by a close partnership with the government. For example, when Pan Am took their clipper ships and expanded them across the Pacific, they saw a business opportunity to do that, but the U.S. Postal Service gave them postal contracts to enable that, and the U.S. military set up refueling stations on Midway and Guam to make sure that they could make the leap across the Pacific. It was a synergistic effort between the U.S. government doing their role, private sector doing their role, working together to do something new, which is fly a clipper ship across the Pacific. So that's one example. There's many other historical examples. This is what the clipper ships to the Moon might look like in our vision, and that we're attempting to enable with the technology enablers. Next. All right, so again, every domain has its complexities and challenges, and here are some of the challenges that we assess from implementing the vision that you saw on the previous slide. First of all, you have threats in space. You have the normal harsh operating environment of space, which has always been there. But now you have adversary threats, ranging from reversible things that are done every day, such as GPS jamming on the bottom of that left picture, all the way up to detonating a nuclear event in Leo, which is, of course, a terribly catastrophic and irreversible effect. You have to be able to think through all those to make sure that you can deter those threats. You need to be, so that falls into the survivability category. The distances are much bigger than we've envisioned in space before. The Moon's at 10x geo, much further distances, and you'll need bigger communications pipes. You'll need cybersecurity to avoid the kind of cyber threats and attacks. So what are some of the technologies that you're going to use to get after those challenges? I show some examples there in the middle of, hey, how are you going to navigate around the Moon when you have the Moon's gravity creating effects that you don't see when you're closer to the Earth? There are many complex technical challenges to even flying in some of these future domains that we're envisioning, and many space domain awareness challenges to keep track of what's going on up there. But we've got some good technical approaches, and I show them on the far right there. Onboard autonomy, machine learning. We have all kinds of tools that have been applied to other domains and to terrestrial challenges that are also applicable in space, and that's one of our strategies at Air Force Research Lab, is to apply these tools to this problem in this domain. platform diversity and proliferation, it turns out, is one of the best ways to increase the resiliency of your architecture, so that if you have 10 things up there instead of one thing up there, it's much harder for your adversary to deny you the use of that capability. Resilient networking, certainly focusing on the data and all of the data handling tools, are some of the technical ideas that will help us get after these challenges in operating in this space domain. Next. The Space Force has wonderfully published a doctrine document called Space Power. And if anybody has not read the document, highly recommend it. One of the reasons it's great is it was written by captains instead of colonels and generals, all right? And so what I mean by that is that they were very forward thinking and thinking about what the missions of the Space Force need to be. And they lay out these 5 core competencies that this is what the Space Force needs to be able to do. And these are profound things that are not going to change significantly over time, things that the Air Force Research Lab needs to be working on the technology to enable. And so I have a few examples of the technology enablers that are underway in each of these lines of effort. The first is combat power projection. And what that means is that if space is a domain of war, which it is, whether we want it to be or not, and that's why we're so focused on deterrence, then we need to be able to project power into that domain when we need to. And one example of that is our experiment called Demonstrations in Science experiment, which was the largest unmanned structure ever launched into space, 80 meters tip to tip, that was dedicated towards validating the physics models of what the space environment looks like, because there was a hypothesis that needed to be tested that very low frequency waves would accelerate nature's degradation of radiation in the environment. We tested the hypothesis, turns out it's true, and that turns out to be hugely useful if there ever is a nuclear detonation in space as a way to clean up the radiation that might be up there. Having that capability is then a deterrent to people using that kind of a weapon in space. So that's one example of how we are working on the key enabling technologies for that core competency. Information mobility is making sure that we work towards ubiquitous connectivity. Basically, if you have a satellite in space, you should have all the connectivity to it that you need, and you shouldn't have to worry about that. Just like if you have a cell phone on the ground, no matter where you go, most places, you will have ubiquitous connectivity, and that's something that you don't have to worry about. That's also the vision in space, and that it be robust and resilient, whether we're talking about position, navigation, and timing, or other communication signals. So Navigation Technology Satellite 3 is a demonstration satellite to experiment with future GPS signals to make sure that we can be robust against jamming and spoofing. Space mobility and logistics gets after the fact that the further you move away from the Earth, the more you need logistics. It's just like in any other domain. One of my researchers talks about how a small sat in Leo is expendable, but a small sat near the moon is a national treasure. All right, and nothing could be further from the truth. The further you get away from the Earth, the more you need things like logistics. More you need the aspects of logistics, such as refueling, servicing, things like that. So we have efforts to work on space logistics to enable cislunar space domain awareness and other activities above GEO, because when the Space Force is called upon to protect and defend the space lines of commerce, and the lines of commerce look like the slide I showed you and extend out to the moon with all kinds of commercial activity, those are the technologies that the Space Force will need to implement that vision. Now, if you think space domain awareness is challenging today with all of the SpaceX and Amazon satellites that are launching into proliferated LEO orbit, just wait till 2030. All right. Again, I talked about how there would be 1 million objects in space in all kinds of exotic orbits, all the way up to the moon. It's very hard to keep track of all those, but very important that we do to avoid collisions, to make sure we have space traffic management that is responsible and based on standards of behavior, like in the air domain, to make sure that if an adversary does do something bad in space, that we know who did it and know what they did. All of that is why space domain awareness is foundational to the Space Force mission of maintaining a domain of knowing what's going on up there. And it's challenging. So we have a small satellite called CHIPS, for example, the Cislunar Highway Patrol System, named after the show in the 70s, which some of you will remember. It was a great show, by the way. Because if you want to know what's going on near the moon, you can't necessarily do that with ground-based telescopes. There's this thing called the cone of shame around the moon because the moon is so bright. And by the way, of course, the moon is also opaque, so you can't see the backside of the moon. So you need to be in cislunar space to do cislunar space is the idea. And we have a small satellite that will enable the Space Force to start heading down that road. And last but not least is the concept of space security. And really this captures a lot of different concepts that the Space Force is interested in pursuing, partnerships with others. One example is the space solar power research. When we do our analysis of what the future enablers for space are, solar power beaming is an idea that Jerry O'Neill had in 1970, but at the time was not technically practical. Now it's technically practical, and boy, will it be useful in many, many different ways. But it's technology, it's still technically challenging, and so that's why we have an effort called SPIDER to get after some of those technical challenges to enable green energy and really power from a military perspective. We like the idea of power on demand wherever we want it immediately. You can imagine many, many benefits from that. So those are the 5 core competencies. It's great that the Space Force has laid this out for the lab because this enables us to go after the technologies that we need to enable those core competencies in the future. All right, next. And so we have a strategic planning process in the lab then that goes through all of the opportunities that we see based on what technologies are most needed to enable the futures that we envision. And then if we can tackle these technology barriers, then we will be able to accelerate and move faster towards these Space Force visions that have been laid out there. And we then analyze each of the technology gaps in cost versus utility space to see where we'll get the biggest bang for the buck from investing our limited science and technology dollars. And then that's how I determine what to invest in at Air Force Research Lab. And so what I'm sharing with you here is our prioritized list of the top 12. So these are the top 12 technology areas that we think are going to be most beneficial to deterring a conflict with China in space in 2030. That's what we chose as our utility function for prioritizing our investments. The nice thing is that we found that this list of priorities doesn't change that much based on changing utility functions. And in fact, these technologies are also super useful to the commercial activities that are underway in space as well. So this is our list. I share it for purposes of discussion because it's interesting, and because, by the way, if you are a venture capitalist, please don't start another launch company. We've got 167 of them. But these are 12 things that we do need. These are things that there may be commercial opportunities in these things that we'd be happy to brainstorm and collaborate with folks on how to work on these technology gaps. And just a little bit about each of them. Path agnostic communications gets after the idea of, like I talked about, if you are a satellite in space, it should be just like your cell phone. You should have connectivity and not need to worry about the specific path that your signal is following. That way, if one particular node goes down, you still have your connectivity. That has huge payoffs so that you can work towards the vision in space of, for example, in the ISR or the space domain awareness domain, we want to know everything everywhere all the time in real time. All right, that in real time part requires the ubiquitous communications, and that floats to the top of almost every analysis that we do. Then second thing is managing the hybrid architecture. So if you're going to have a hybrid architecture which is hybrid in many ways, some government owned, some commercial owned, some small sats, some big sats, some sats in GEO, some sats in LEO. Turns out it's challenging to manage that from the warfighter perspective, and so we have efforts to, from a technology point of view, make the warfighter not have to worry about which satellite is providing their capability. Number 3, as you proliferate, and especially with all these proliferated low Earth orbit satellites, you need to ensure that they're not too vulnerable to the threats in space. Otherwise, you increase the probability of a space war instead of decreasing it. So there are some low-cost satellite protection technologies that are of interest, and not just of interest to AFRL, also should be of interest to commercial operators as well. Autonomy, AI, multi-agent collaboration we have tons of tools that have been matured in other domains for a terrestrial application. Those same tools are ripe for application to our space problems. And in fact, the further you move away from the Earth, not only do you need logistics like I talked about, but you need AI and autonomy even more than if you're operating at LEO. So lots of opportunities for enabling that. space cyber hardening and protection. The cyber threat is just as applicable in space as in every other domain, and we can't let that be our Achilles heel of vulnerability. Space domain awareness challenges. Again, if you're going to have 1 million satellites operating in all kinds of crazy places from here to the moon, it's going to be hard to keep track of those. There's a lot of advances that are needed towards that goal, like I said, of everything everywhere all the time in real time. Modeling and simulation is a great way, and digital engineering, and more broadly, a great way to accelerate our development cycle and our OODA loop of development and maturing new capabilities. So very interested in that. Space logistics, we've talked about that a lot, as a key enabler to the future operations and making sure that the Space Force is able to protect and defend the space lines of commerce as they emerge and wherever they emerge. Space to surface sensing, that's putting your cameras and your sensors toward the Earth to perform intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. Again, lots of opportunities there if you look at the gaps between where we are today and the vision I laid out of everything everywhere all the time in real time. And then clean sheet command, control, and communications architecture. What we find is that our military is very dependent on command and control and communications, but their architecture for doing it was built in the 50s and hasn't been looked at since. And now we have all kinds of new technologies, all kinds of new things that can be done in space and on the surface of the Earth. And it's ripe for a clean sheet look at that. And so we're doing that. Space environment, you'd think we had this figured out by now, since we've been operating in space since the 60s, but we don't. It turns out it's very complicated and it's very important. And you don't want that to be the limiting factor to your operations. It's just like weather on the Earth. It does influence military operations and it does influence commercial operations significantly. And last but not least is space-based terrestrial environmental monitoring. That is weather. So terrestrial weather done from space, ripe for lots of innovation. So here's my list, and I share it with you because I'd like to talk about what your list is. And if you think my list is wrong, I'd love to hear about it. So again, this is thrown out there as a discussion starter. And next, and so that wraps up my prepared remarks. I'm looking forward to the panel, and if we have time, a few minutes for any questions, that would be great. What's shown here on the slide is kind of the last 20 years of innovations that have come out of Air Force Research Lab, and then some of the projects we envision for the next 10 years that I've mentioned a lot about the future projects, but the past projects, if you look at this, you can see that a lot of those past projects have been some of the key enablers that have enabled the commercial renaissance and the commercial activity that we're seeing today. Things such as more efficient solar cells, the rollout solar array, that lots of technologies that make small sats act like big sats, and then that gives you a lot of capabilities in a small form factor. So there's a little bit of history and a little bit of the future. And again, the main theme here is that if we all want the future that we're talking about at this conference, and I believe we all do, then we all have our role to play. And the role to play for the Space Force is to prepare to protect and defend the space lines of commerce like we have in other domains. And then the role of AFRL is to enable that future for the Space Force. So I really appreciate the opportunity to share today with you and to be a part of this great adventure. Really appreciate Lee and Foundation for the Future for organizing this. I think the more discussions we can have about this, the more we're going to all understand what our roles are to play to enable these great futures in space. Thank you.
Great comments, Eric. We do have a bunch of questions in the chat, both for you and for the panel. I'm going to try to divvy those up properly. So I'll just ask you 2 or 3 questions and then we'll move into the panel. I'm just going to come right out and say this one from the chat. Does Space Force have plans for military installation on Moon or Mars?
No, that's a very simple answer, because that's a military base on the Moon is there are not very many things that are prohibited by law, but in space treaties, it's actually a relatively wide open frontier. But weapons of mass destruction in space and military bases on the Moon are 2 things we're not going to do. All right. So most of now, it doesn't mean NASA and commercial entities won't settle the Moon. I believe that they will, and when they do, the Space Force may have a role to, like the Coast Guard, to protect and defend our interests there. But that might require modifying international treaties or the authorities of the Space Force to be more like the Coast Guard. Those are all things we need to keep talking about, but absolutely not. The Space Force is not going to put a military base on the Moon, because that's prohibited.
I also wondered, how do you handle data? So you put modeling and simulation and data-driven decisions as number 7 on your priority list, but I'm guessing that's because you already have such good infrastructure there to start with, that it's sort of the next iteration that you're talking about. What is the difference between the current iteration and that next iteration that's number 7 in the plans for Space Force?
Right. So we have some elements and have had them for a long time that are excellent modeling and simulation tools. So for example, in physics, the physics-based level of modeling and simulation, been doing that for decades, and that really helps us understand, for example, the vulnerabilities due to the lasers of certain materials and stuff. I have labs that can do all that kind of testing, and we've been very good at that stuff for a long time, and that's good. But what we're seeing is a lot of opportunities to help us experiment at the higher level and maybe at the campaign level of warfare with various different concepts and what should be the attributes of those concepts that are most helpful. There's huge advances to be made there. And so one of the things that we're doing is taking a model called AFSIM, which is a government standard modeling and simulation architecture that has been used in the air domain for a long time, expanding that to the space domain so that we can bring in our space concepts, and we can basically have simulated war games, if you will, that involve multiple domains, multiple new technologies. And that helps us inform our investment decisions because, again, our goal is to deter a war with China, who's our pacing competitor. And so if we can use these war games to try out different concepts, that's very helpful. Make sure we don't go invest in a bunch of technology that actually is not helpful. So Secretary Kendall at the AFA 2 weeks ago had some really good points. First of all, he said China 27 times in his 30-minute speech, so you can tell where his focus is. But the other thing he said is that, yes, we need to go fast, but we need to make sure we're going in the right direction. And so this modeling and simulation is part of making sure that we don't just go faster on the path we were on, but we actually put some thought into what the future path should look like, and that we go faster in the right direction. So mod and sim is, to me, those are some of the most important future opportunities in digital engineering that we're not necessarily doing today, even though we've done a lot of that in the past as well.
Shall we play a game?
Yes.
Can you give us any smidgen of an update on Spider or some of the other experiments that you have in the air right now?
Oh, sure. So Spider is my space solar power incremental demonstration and research project. That's how you get to the Spider acronym. And again, this is an idea that Jerry O'Neill talked about, among other things, in 1970, a wonderful book and other publications that he had out there. And there's lots of other visionaries too. So the idea has been around for a long time. And what we have recently found, though, through academic research, is that we now have the technology to kind of build a thin wafer that will take solar energy in on one side and put RF energy out the other side without a lot of, overhead and centralized processing and everything. Just a scalable architecture that if you could build one of these wafers, then you can build 10,000 of these wafers. And that's how you get to the large structures that are needed to actually make this viable. So you've got the wafer technology basically ready to go, demonstrated in the lab. We're ready to do the demonstration in space. And that's my flagship demonstration in that area will be a small satellite launched in 2024 to prove that basic technology. That coupled with the space structures capability to potentially build a large structure in space. And by the way, if you are going to build a large structure in space, this is a great mission that you can do with that structure from a DoD perspective. That research is finally reaching a point where it's possible to envision a 10,000 square meter blanket, if you will, in MEO orbit. Those are some of the ideas that we're exploring, but there's a large trade space there. So the bottom line is we've looked at this from every which way. We don't see any showstoppers, any violations of the laws of physics, any economic barriers either, actually. So I think it's time to do space solar power beaming, and we're trying to do our part by burning down the biggest technology risks, and then hopefully get it to a point where industry, whether that energy is 10% of the world economy, so this is a huge opportunity here. But if we can get the technology brought up to a point where industry can take it the rest of the way, that's our goal.
Yeah, that's great. you talked about economic barriers. I do want to bring Joel back on, but you're comparing, when you say no economic barriers, you're comparing that to Coyote's $200 to $300 a barrel for the value of oil on a mission. Is that correct? Or
Yeah, what we find is that it's not actually, I think it'll be a long time before space solar power beaming is less expensive than burning coal. But who cares? That is the wrong metric. The ability to deliver power on demand is very valuable to the military. For example, we wouldn't have air-to-air refueling tankers if all we cared about was the cost of gas, right? But having the gas where you need it at the right point in time to make your military mission successful is hugely valuable. Yeah. Same thing with the solar power beaming. Now, over time, maybe the costs will come down to be competitive with burning coal, but that really isn't the right metric to be looking at. The right metric to be looking at is this a viable part of a future energy strategy that moves us away from carbon-based sources of energy? Absolutely it is. And so over time, the costs and the market forces will work themselves out. But even if it's more expensive, it's still a good technology to pursue.
Great, thank you. Let's bring Joel back on and we can have a discussion. Unfortunately, Coyote had to backfill some of his National Guard colleagues and won't be joining us for this panel. Let's make sure we've got Joel. Hi. Okay, so great. There's an interesting question in the chat that kind of aligns with a question that I was conceiving in this around the same time in the conversation. We've talked about national monopolies on resources in space, bad behavior as a result. Amazon is larger than the GDP of 92% of the countries on Earth. SpaceX isn't there yet, but Elon Musk has significant resources to bring to bear. And so talk a little bit about corporate monopolies and the behavior of those companies as they gain power through their endeavors in space.
Yeah, we just before the pandemic, we had a workshop on just that topic as part of our Space Futures work, thinking about what the future might look like. And we started out thinking about, what about all of these rising space nations that are, today are just getting into space, but because space is becoming so more accessible, they could be major players in 10, 20 years. And what does that mean for global dynamics? And very quickly in that meeting, the topic you brought up came up is, well, wait a minute, there's also these commercial folks that are very large, very significant in terms of development and presence in space in a projected future. And not only that, but now you start thinking about what are some of the second order effects. What if one of these rising space nations, I don't know, pick Brazil, somebody like that now collaborates with an Amazon and goes to the moon, and so that now it's a different set of dynamics where you have these governments and commercial entities growing rapidly in space. And what does that mean in terms of the United States and our national security and all those things? So it's very interesting questions you ask. Can I give you any good answers yet? No, but it's something that we're certainly thinking about. So your question is spot on.
And Lee, I agree. It's a wonderful question. And Joel has organized these series of workshops that have been super insightful as to envisioning alternative futures of space. And then if there's some you like and some you don't, how do you enable the ones that you like? It's been a really great thought process. And this is one of the topics that has come up. I'll tell you, one of the things that really makes me not super worried about Amazon dominating everything is that I actually have seen the democratization of space rather than the centralization of space capabilities. And that has come about, again, because the barriers to entry are lower and going even lower, whether that be the cost of launch, the cost of building a satellite. I said earlier, anyone can get to space these days. So that is a force that counters the centralization and the monopoly powers of large companies. And so that as long as those trends continue, I'm not super worried, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't be talking about it. The other thing I think is interesting is to look at history. And again, if I go back to the Pan Am Clipper, expanding across the Pacific, Pan Am was certainly eager to establish a monopoly of flying across the Pacific, but that didn't happen. All right, and one of the reasons that didn't happen is that it turns out that they did not, because of the partnerships with the government and everybody doing their role. The government is the one that set up the refueling sites at Guam and Midway and the key infrastructure that enabled it. And that infrastructure was available to anybody, not just to Pan Am. And that infrastructure ensured that we could maintain competition and have new entrants into that field as market conditions dictated. I think that's an important model. If you contrast that to the railroad barons, which did own the key pieces of infrastructure, maybe we don't want that so much as we do want the other model. So if you can study history, you can see some good things for the government to do to enable the kind of continuous competition that leads to the best outcomes, and some things that we need to be careful to avoid. And I think space is wide open for all kinds of future outcomes. But I think with some good planning and careful discussion and choices today, we can enable a democratization of space rather than a monopolistic centralization.
Yeah, great points. I think that's something that Tim can review in the Space Corporation Act that he's proposing for opportunities to clarify ownership of assets as we go into the future. Really, really good point. Speaking of budgets and that sort of thing, talk a little bit about your budgets, how they've changed, how you anticipate them changing throughout the next, say, 5 years.
Well, I can start by saying, that we have been very lean and agile as we stood up the Space Force, because that's what Congress directed us to do. At the same time, we have all of these expanding, needs and requirements and other strategic purposes for the Space Force that we've talked about today. So we're frankly limited in what we can do right now. But as things grow and as this conversation continues about the United States role in expansion into space, I think that conversation will happen, and folks will realize that a strong defense is very important in that. One of the things that we do that from my role as the chief scientist that we do need to consider in that sense is that the precious money that we spend on basic and applied research, it's very important that we solve the problems of our systems that we have today. So if there are technology gaps that are preventing us from accomplishing our mission today, we definitely need to invest in those. But we also have to have an eye towards the future. So because we know that there's this potential of great expansion. So a lot of what I've done from my perch as the chief scientist is try to bring a little bit of balance to the force, if you pardon the pun, in making sure that we're not overly invested in the present and taking risk in the future, or vice versa, that we really are thinking about the long term. And I know that's, we can't afford to hollow out our future thinking by putting too much emphasis on the near term end. So I think it's a balancing act, and it's something that we're going to have to keep pushing for to make sure that we get the maximum bang for our buck. But right now we're very lean and agile, and that was by design, and it'll probably be that way for a little while.
Lee, I do think that's a really important question, and the couple ways I like to frame it when talking to people. The first is, like I've already mentioned, everybody has our role to play. So the Air Force Research Lab and the Space Force, we don't have to do everything in space. What we have to do is, synchronize and leverage the activities of others, whether that be NASA, commercial, et cetera. And that's been our main strategy to make our few dollars go further. So that's in the category of everybody has their role to play. However, that said, we have shifted to a time when we are in a peer competition with a peer rival or adversary. We do need to ask the question then, and if that's the case, what is the appropriate amount to be investing in science and technology to make sure that we have the big idea pipeline, as I call it, of new ideas developing and maturing, which cannot happen overnight, requires a deliberate activity over a long period of time. Is that big enough to counter a peer adversary? And anybody who starts going down that road quickly determines that it is not. And so that's an important discussion for us to have. We all have to do our role, and our role needs to be making sure that the Space Force has has enough new technologies and that they're innovative enough to continue to deter conflict with China in 2030 just as well as tonight. And so that gets into Joel's point about balance. We do want to win tonight, but we also need to stay ahead in the future. And so our budgeting process in the DoD, unfortunately, is very tilted towards the nearest alligators to the boat. And so we're constantly defending the science and technology investments that are crucial to our future. And I do think that we should take a look at that overall process too, to see how can we better balance the risks against, both the near term and the far term, like Joel talked about. And then the last point on this is just that I've been very focused, and that's why I gave you my list of 12 priorities and talked about cost versus utility analysis. There's no way we can do everything that we need to in space science and technology. So it's really important that we spend our limited dollars on the highest payoff activities. And so robusting that process and making that be based on data that comes from modeling and simulation and wargaming as much as possible so that we make good decisions with the limited resources that we have. That's been one of my strategic priorities at AFRL, to make sure that our money goes as far as it can. So yes, I think we need to spend more. Yes, I think we need to fix the process through the overall budgeting process to make sure that we're thinking more strategically. And in the meantime, we'll do the best we can with the lean structure that we have and leveraging our partners and we've been really blessed with all the commercial innovation and investment that's happening in the US. And that is getting after problems that also help us a lot for our Department of Defense missions. And so that's been good. So how do we continue that and even strengthen that partnership? One of my goals.
Great. I want to jump to one aspect of one thing that you spend money on is hiring. There is a major labor shortage going on these days. Are you seeing impacts from those skills deficits? Where are you seeing gaps and what's needed?
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Lee. And that's one of the reasons we've developed this partnership with universities, because we know we need to do our part to build the pipelines for those kind of that kind of workforce. We're relatively small. We're as of today just under 6,500 military people in the Space Force, and about the same amount of civilians, but we're headed to maybe 16,000 folks total. And just put that in context, that's a small fraction of the size of the Air Force, which is about 600,000 folks. But still, we do recognize that as I mentioned, we need these deeply technical folks and folks that are able to work cyber issues, cyber mission assurance, as well as space physics. And there's a new recruiting commercial out for the United States Space Force with General Raymond's going around saying space is hard, we have to do all these things. And that's in recognition of we need to inspire those folks to pursue careers in these very technical areas, because there is a workforce shortage right now that we need to address. So I think you're absolutely right. This is a strategic national importance that we develop that.
At AFRL, we've been pretty blessed that Space Force and those opportunities and come together to put our retention at an all-time high, and I don't really have any recruiting problems, except in some very specialized areas such as cyber. So I don't personally, have a large issue with the labor shortage right now, but my bigger concern is just in the nation in general. We do need more STEM workers, and especially if this commercial space stuff is going to stay here and continue to grow. There are some severe labor shortages that I believe at the national level that we need to talk about. So I would summarize it as, AFRL is okay for now because the Space Force is so exciting and we have some non-monetary things to offer, but that doesn't mean that as a nation it isn't an important topic for continued discussion.
Yeah. What about the blue collar? I mean, it seems there's a focus on STEM and some key skills, especially on Joel's side. What about blue collar technician workers, or is that sort of later phase execution type work that you're not as focused on these days?
Well, I can say that, that's an aspect of the industrial base that we have to be paying attention to is, the amount of manufacturing and products that are happening here on U.S. soil is, there's obviously been an erosion of that kind of manufacturing technology to some of these folks that are our strategic competitors and are facing threats. And so that's just, that manifests itself in some very important ways. Like today, we don't have the ability to have rad hard microelectronics at modern scale sizes produced in the U.S. where we can have control over the assurance of those things and with intellectual property and the like. So that kind of production capability that we need boils all the way down to all of those blue collar workers as well. We need the people who can do the advanced manufacturing, the welding on our systems. All of that is very important and part of that space industrial base that we need to make sure is bolstered as well.
Totally agree. At AFRL, I'm mostly focused on the STEM workers because that's the kind of work that I do in science and technology. But that work then enables all kinds of production, and there's been a lot of good talk and discussion about the supply chain risks and how do we make sure that rare earth minerals and microelectronics and things that we have a diversity of sources, and some of those being domestic. Those will drive good jobs in all kinds of other sectors of the economy, of the U.S. economy and the world economy as well. So I think there's a lot of second order goodness that comes out of the second space age that honestly, I think we're just starting to even realize the potential there because we haven't moved into large scale manufacturing yet, like we envision, 5-10 years from now. And as that happens, we'll see even more of those second order good effects come.
Yeah. So speaking of all that, what about technology transfer? Do you all have technology transfer offices the way NASA does? What % of your projects stay confidential versus being sent out as byproducts to be commercialized by the market?
So I'm sure Colonel Felt will have lots to say about this, but let me just say that, this is an area of constant worry to make sure that all of these great ideas are making its way into operations. And sometimes that's, the great science technology that we invest in ends up being adopted by industry, and then it's bid back to our through our prime contractors or whatnot. And that's a absolutely legitimate tech transition path. And we also, the fight that we always have to put up is that not every element of science and technology needs to transition. If it did, we're not taking enough risk. We're not really pushing the envelope, and we need to expect some of the things that we do will be failures. And if we're not, we're not pushing hard enough. And so a lot of times tech transition is a focus by the bean counters, but we always have to push back a little bit and say, yes, we need to encourage that, but we also need to encourage the ability to go out and discover things, because as the government, we have that freedom to do that, where we're not necessarily worried about the bottom line profit margin. We can go out and buy down some of the risk so that industry can take it further. So, and that's a little bit fuzzier kind of transition that often doesn't get counted, but it's important.
Yeah, one of the missions of AFRL is, of course, to develop technology that is going to help the commercial U.S. commercial sector, as well as our direct transitions into DoD systems. And we have, literally hundreds of cooperative research agreements. We publish hundreds of papers for that purpose of trying to be collaborative and transition these technologies to others that can operationalize them and make the whole ecosystem better and more powerful. So I could not agree with Joel more that transition is important, but I could transition everything I develop if I only worked on little incremental things. That is not what our nation needs. So I'm going to instead take a few big bets. And if one of them works out, that's freaking awesome. That is my goal. All right. To have some home runs rather than just some little incremental improvements. So if we keep that in mind, then we are always attempting to be very open and transition things. I have found the best way to avoid your technologies from migrating to a competing nation or to a competitor, which is also a concern. I mean, it has to be balanced, is to just have so much more good stuff coming down the pipeline that by the time they copy your stuff, it's obsolete. That strategy seems to work really well. And you get a lot of good, of course, in early research. You can't beat the collaboration and the peer review and stuff that comes from being more open about what you're doing. Then when as you get the technology more and more mature and you're building a specific system with specific capabilities and specific vulnerabilities, then that needs to be protected through classification and other mechanisms. So you go from this wide open early research to that next down. At every stage along there, there's opportunities to partner with commercial providers and transition to commercial providers. And that's our goal, is to optimize that whole ecosystem of innovation.
It's great to talk to people who really think in terms of military strategy, right? There's that underpinning, I understand corporate strategy, but there's a little bit more urgency and commitment when you guys talk about strategy than when I talk with business people about strategy. So it's really fascinating. And Tom Zalabor says, no plan survives first contact with the enemy. And I can see that in your long-term thinking and the balance with the long-term and short-term. Really fascinating. As we close out this panel, I want to give you each an opportunity to make closing comments. Is there something that I should have asked that I didn't that you'd like to cover?
Well, thank you, Lee, and this has been great. I'll just repeat something that I said in maybe some different words, is that I think we all on this call anyway are believers in this future of space and the fact that there's great potential out there. Our lives could change dramatically based on just some of the inklings that we see. If we linearly extrapolate the things that have happened just over the last couple of years to the future is going to be amazing. But we also know that the future is not linear, it's exponential. We're going to see things that we can't even imagine today happening in the future. And so it's very important for not only folks in the Department of Defense and the industry and civil exploration to really open up and broaden our minds in terms of things that might sound preposterous, but even if they sound preposterous, it could happen in space. And so we have to push back against the folks that are thinking very linearly, thinking very present day and extrapolating. And that goes across the board. It's not just a science and technology thing. It also goes into our policies and regulations and laws, and also in the investments that industry makes and where they're going. So I just like to close with saying everybody needs to think very big picture and dare to dream, because whatever we think of, it's probably going to be even more bizarre than that. So looking forward to it.
World War Z, there's a line that they have the ninth man or something, where the whole job of that person is to consider preposterous scenarios and create some preparation for those. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Joel.
Lee, this has been fantastic. I'd really like to end with one thing that General Raymond said that I really liked. And people, when he was asked what keeps him awake at night, everybody thought he was going to say China. All right. And I'm sure there's a lot to worry about there, but that actually isn't what he said. What he said was the fear that we wouldn't be bold enough as we stood up the Space Force. And I think that applies to every element of what we're doing in the Space Force, in the Air Force Research Lab, in the commercial sector, and in our nation as we compete with a peer competitor. And so sometimes we can be our own worst enemy, and we shoot ourselves in the foot rather than having to be defeated by an adversary. And so I think we all need to be bold in envisioning these futures that we want, be bold in pursuing these futures that we want, and understanding that they cannot be taken for granted because there's a heck of a lot of threats and things that can go wrong along the way to getting towards these great futures, and act boldly, each of us doing our part to make sure that we, as a nation and as an ecosystem, are working towards these common goodness and this common vision that the folks on this call understand really clearly. So I'm going to go back to that. We need to be bold. And in fact, if we're not bold, that's something that should be keeping us up at night. And if we are bold, there's no limit to what we can accomplish. Look at history, be bold about our vision in space, and be bold about pursuing our vision in space. And each of us do our part to work towards that. I think there's nothing that can beat us. So it's a super exciting time. And that's I think the key to getting where we envision going. Thanks for the opportunity.
So inspiring, Eric. Thank you so much. All right. It's a tough act to follow, but we're going to jump back in and say Conversations for the Future does rely on donations and sponsorships to keep us going. We don't have that DoD contract yet. If you're enjoying this programming, please consider sponsoring our next event, paying the optional registration fee for next month, or just make a donation online. Every little bit helps in covering the cost of these events. Welcome to Saturday Space, where we talk about things we might enjoy on a Saturday in space: arts, sports, entertainment, and recreation. Today we have a dynamic duo running a film production company for nonprofits, and they've got a passion for space. Jordan Melograna is the CEO of Block by Block Creative, a communications agency that combines visual storytelling with targeted media campaigns to advance causes to promote human rights, scientific understanding, and environmental sustainability. Jordan is a photographer, filmmaker, communicator, and educator focused on strategic communications for mission-driven organizations. Katrina Melograna co-owns Block by Block and is a lawyer and a space law and policy expert. Katrina earned her JD in 2011 and her LLM in Air and Space Law in 2021 from Leiden University. Katrina, you were a big hit on our show the last time you were here, and we're thrilled you've brought Jordan with you today. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, Lee.
It's great to be brought along.
All right, well, I'm going to turn the screen over to you, and would love to hear your story, and then we'll do a little Q&A.
Yeah, sounds good. We're just going to start off with a little bit of our backgrounds. So you gave the little bios there, but so some history with me. Like you said, I've been a lawyer for a while. Really interested in space. We actually kind of got re-interested in space around the same time because we were doing some night sky photography and it rekindled. So we were searching that out. Anyway, I decided to change careers a few years ago and really pursue space. So that's what I've been doing. I went to the International Space University for different programs. I've been involved with them since. I'm on the local organizing committee for the Executive Space course in Seattle. And then this year I went to the Leiden University. I got my LLM, which is a Master's of Law in Air and Space. That was really fun. And now I am helping block by block, really pursue some space communications and space advocacy, because I love it, but I also think our company does a really good job with it because we've done some already. So now I'm going to let Jordan give his bio.
Sure. Yeah, just very briefly. So long ago in my 20s, I worked in the entertainment industry in Los Angeles for many years, working on everything from episodic TV, reality, documentary, and the like. Eventually, I transitioned out of that and started working for nonprofits and nonprofit campaigns. I really came to realize the power of story to convince people, to educate people, activate people. That took me to a company in Los Angeles, then eventually to the Seattle area, and then eventually out on my own to start Block by Block. A lot of what we worked on, as Lee mentioned, have to do with environmental sustainability. I work for one of our major clients, is a huge international campaign, mostly doing conservation work in Canada. And in that work and in many others, I kept coming across this theme of being able to see things from the biggest possible viewpoint, being able to see things in the most holistic way possible. And then, and sometimes literally, in the case of something as big as, say, the boreal forests of Canada, literally seeing it from above and being able to see the vastness of it. And then using a space-based technology to see the carbon that is contained within the ground underneath such a resource. One more reason to protect it. And this isn't the only example, but it's probably the strongest example of space and the ability to do those kinds of things being intimately connected to a lot of these things that I work on, which are very earthbound and very human-centered. And for that reason, and obviously because of Katrina's interest in it, we've started to do some storytelling and some work in the space to try to explore what kind of stories are necessary there. And so today we're here talking to you all because, one, we want to tell you a little bit about what we're planning to do, but two, we want to hear from folks who are on this call. Regardless of what kind of organization you work for, if you're on your own, if you have a company, nonprofit, you work for a government agency, as you are talking about space, trying to communicate that to your audiences, what problems are you running into? What challenges are you facing? We've heard a lot of that from panels we've hosted in the past. Always interested to hear what else is out there and what people are running into. So as we continue to talk, if you want to drop those into the chat, we're happy to respond to those a little bit later in this talk, but I wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, and more on how we just really why we're passionate about space and why we want to get more involved, why we want to work with organizations that want to advocate for their issues or for what they're doing, what they're working on. Is like Jordan said, we've really recognized just how all of these things intersect and how space is there and helps. And that if we can get that message out, us, organizations, you guys, the more public buy-in we'll get, the more government buy-in we'll get, and it'll just make everything better, right? So we recognize how space technology and innovation and the jobs that brings with it really makes the world a better place. And that's the things that we like to work on at Block by Block. And we have a long history of working on stories that try to make that happen. And so that's why we're really excited about getting more into space. We want to work on things like, remote sensing for precision farming, water scarcity, climate change, things like what were some other ones we were talking about? Just women getting involved in STEM and equity and social justice in the world. Like all of these things are connected, and so that's really like the root of the passion and the experience that we have, where we can work with other organizations working on those issues.
It's funny, I just saw someone post in the chat here, spreading awareness about space is great work. I agree completely, but awareness is actually kind of not enough, because we've been looking at, because awareness is a very general idea, right?
Yeah.
So over the summer, one of the things we've running into with our friends and colleagues is this idea that the general public's getting this idea that space is for billionaires and only billionaires can afford to go, and that's who it's for, and that's it. And so if you're a high flying playboy, you get to go to space. Everybody else can, sit down here on Earth and wonder what's going on. Or worse, people saying, why are these billionaires trying to leave Earth behind and all that stuff? Like, things are getting further and further from anything remotely resembling truth. The point there is that awareness is one thing. If you don't tell your own story, someone is happy to tell that for you. So if we want a better narrative about what's going to happen in space, be proactive about that, both as individual organizations and as a community, to let people know what this actually means. That those flights that happened over this summer are the tip of the iceberg for what may happen in the future. And that what may happen in the future really comes back and affects people's lives on Earth. So Katrina mentioned a couple of those examples of just the technologies, just the in the inventing things in a scarcity situation are definitely going to help. Things like hunger and water and other things on Earth, but people don't necessarily make that connection. In the previous talk, we were talking about orbital solar. I've explained that concept to a few people just one-on-one. It blows their mind, especially as they start to think like, well, wait a second, do you free clean power for the world forever? I mean, that's maybe the most idealistic version of that, but just getting their wheels turning along those lines is something that's not happening enough in communication. In some of the stories that we see.
Because a lot of the stories that we see, people scroll through the news and there's sensationalized headlines about whatever space thing is happening. And they might just read the headline and be like, oh, whoa, and then move on. And so there's so much need and so much room for people to come in and tell real stories, effectively communicate why we should all care about what's happening and about what could be. And that's where we want to come in and get that going in the right direction, so that people really have a good understanding about the science and about the possibilities.
And the other thing with communications and storytelling is that a lot of what our job is to advocate for a reality. So meaning that paint that picture for folks so they can see that future and it points them towards it. So what is that future going to look like? Is it 1960s Star Trek? Is it The Expanse? How much of our human baggage are we going to bring into space? What would we like to change as we go into this new world? Those are all things that we can start to visualize through those stories. And when I mean stories, I'm really kind of talking broadly here, that it's not necessarily fiction stories. We work almost exclusively in nonfiction these days, meaning documentary style things, talking to real people. Either way, getting people to understand that will connect them to that. They can see themselves in that story. We find sometimes space communication often relies on this idea of wonder and awe. And I am very pro wonder and I'm very pro awe. But not everyone is, and sometimes just exploring the intricacies of the galaxy is not everyone's cup of tea. So we can't just rely on that. Like I've seen some videos that have come out recently with some new space startups that are almost exclusively talking about this, and it starts to blend in a little bit. And Foundation for the Future especially is being really smart about talking about how this is going to potentially reignite, say, jobs in manufacturing and the trades. Like that is a story we do not hear nearly enough.
No, there's very practical things that are happening and that will happen that can be accessible to everyday people, and like a boom as an infrastructure working people working in these jobs. That's a very practical thing that not everybody's talking about, to really bring space home. That's how we need to tell some of the stories like that. So we're talking about this balance of awe and practicality, much like our relationship.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that's out on.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I wanted to just pause for a moment and just see if anyone has any thoughts they'd like to share along these lines.
Or you want to talk?
Again, any other challenges that are out there?
Yeah, while they enter some things in the chat, I feel as though your approach almost lends itself to embedding a space chapter in any other film work that you create, right? So rather than having a messaging platform specifically for space, which is then viewed mostly by space enthusiasts, is it you're doing a climate piece, you add 30 seconds on how space enabled that. So really, really fascinating work. Talk about formats in your work. Now that TikTok. Everybody's just scrolling, wants a 30-second video in a vertical format. What are you doing in your approach to creating valuable artworks of nonfiction?
Well, I think the easiest way to explain that is with any strategic communication, you have to find people where they're at. So if you know who you're talking to, you know who you're trying to reach, the next question is where are they and how do they consume content? If it's TikTok, then your answer is you have to make TikTok videos. And it's as simple as that, really. So in our case, it's not TikTok, at least not yet. We are using, it's interesting because it changes. The other day, Facebook and Instagram disappeared for a while, as everyone might have noticed. Typically, that's a big part of our strategy simply because of its scale. It doesn't get bigger than that. You can't reach more people than that. But increasingly, the niche places, even within those social networks, are really important. So, for example, Facebook groups are oftentimes even more important than pages or elsewhere. LinkedIn has become a more important platform as time has gone on, because people go there for different reasons. These things change too. The winds of society and trends and all of that change, and what people go to Facebook for, elsewhere for.
And those platforms also change, right? So when you first started doing this, did Twitter even have videos? I don't even know. Really, and then it changed, like the length of videos, and then Instagram didn't have videos, and so keeping up with that kind of thing has been interesting too.
Yeah, and it's also worth it to pay attention to. A good example from some of our work is Twitter, actually, where I would not have thought of that as a place where people would watch videos, and yet we experimented with it, and off it went, and we were getting hundreds of thousands of views on stuff. I just never would have thought that. So your own biases can get in the way of this too, even if you know how to do this. So it's really important to pay attention, and as a creative, just kind of let go of the idea that you're going to make a film and people are going to sit in a theater and watch it from black to black. They are going to turn it on their phone while they're on the bus. They're going to glance at the first 10 seconds, and that's about it. So you have to kind of change your storytelling strategy to fit that.
One thing I want to, which I'm sure you were about to say, but also block by block is our philosophy is it needs to be accessible to everybody too. So everything that we do is made accessible, and you can elaborate on that. But I think that's an important piece of all of this too, because it needs to be inclusive. Everything that we're doing has to include everybody, and so we make content in that way.
Yeah, so the easiest way to say that is just with digital media, there's no longer any excuse for things not to be universally accessible. It's a little easier than it's ever been. Something as simple as captions on all your videos, highly encourage that. With our clients, they're not allowed to order that. We just give it to them. They can't say no. And then other things like audio description, ASL interpretation, and then kind of an overlooked one, which is just language. Particularly in something like space, you're communicating globally. And English is okay. It does the job most of the time, but who are you trying to bring in? Like who do you want to see your messages? Think about that. Again, these days with technology, it's never been less expensive to try to incorporate that into your practice. And so that's why we have it built in.
We do have a question from Michael Mealing, and as a regular, I want to give him an opportunity to jump in and ask that himself.
Sure. Yeah, so
he's going to ask.
Hi, Michael.
There we go. There was a recent, a few months ago, an article that created a large number of reshares concerning SpaceX putting billboards in space. And I traced it back to a seemingly intentional recasting of a very innocuous little article about a CubeSat. And it appears to have been posted intentionally to outrage and get shares. I've seen several of those, and it appears that some of the more clickbait-oriented websites that make money from those clicks have discovered that the public's knowledge of space is limited enough that they can create articles and headlines where the person seeing it does not have enough knowledge to realize they are being misled or being asked to share something to be able to create clicks. So And it's increasingly more where other people have discovered that. There's a handful of websites that do this on a regular basis. How do we get inside that read, emote, share loop of these guys? I went in and commented on every single LinkedIn post and share outlining why it was, misleading and everything, and ended up with a tremendous number of people, realizing and learning something in the process. How do we get to that to be a little more systemic so we can get ahead of these things while they're in that outrage loop, as opposed to discovering it a week later and then nobody, seeing what's been discussed?
Well, the sad news is that this isn't going away anytime soon, and the more successful and visible a company or a person is, the more they're going to have to deal with this. So the short-term kind of immediate response is to do much of what you seem to have done, which is respond heavily and often and push back, because as I said before, if we don't tell our own stories, other people are happy to do that for us. So one is that. The second is more longer term, which is to go to your second point, which is that people are generally unaware of how this works. And so the most that we can do to get them aware of that, the more inoculated they might be against at least some of this stuff. But that idea of social listening, that's something, if you have a communications department, they absolutely need to be doing, so that they're aware of this stuff, they're not taken by surprise. But also just know that it is not going to go anywhere, at least the way social media is currently constructed and how it is unregulated. I don't think that's going anywhere anytime soon. So the only thing you can really do is flood the zone with the good stuff. Get trusted people out there to carry those messages, and team up too. I mean, that's the thing. As a community, if we see that happening, whether it's to SpaceX or somebody else, regardless of how you may feel about that organization, if there is falsehoods going out there, things that are going to be harmful in the long term, that's going to be bad for everybody. So the more we can speak with one voice on that, and the more we can push back and reframe those things, the better.
I guess that's one of my questions. And I don't know if anybody knows how to do this, to get the good stuff, to beat out the bad stuff, when it's the bad stuff that gets people their emotions up and gets them to reshare. And I think that's going to be part of our challenge is most of us in the industry are recovering engineers of some type, which means we suck at telling stories. So we need good stories that get people at the emotional level and get them to reshare. And I think that's one of the keys that we traditionally have been terrible at.
Well, so you hit the nail on the head. So the anger is a pretty strong emotion. It's one that people know how to weaponize. It's not the only one though. And if you say that engineers are bad stories, and let's not advance that harmful stereotype, but the other way around, storytellers are bad engineers. That one I have no problem saying out loud. So the more that we can learn about how this works, and the more stories as you go through your day that you can tell us, the more that we can promote those. And I'll give you a quick example of this. So again, for the conservation work that we do, I could do, and I plan to do, videos about how satellite technology is helping us understand the carbon that's contained in the forest. And that's great. And I want people to understand why that is, and it makes satellites relevant, it makes the forest relevant. But one of the most effective stories we've ever told on that campaign was about two people whose job it is to work on a river in British Columbia and count salmon as they come through a river as a way of measuring climate change. And when we showed that video, in this case, back in the old days, in a live event to human beings in the same room, it was that story that really stuck with people. It didn't make them angry. In fact, it was the other way around. It made them proud. They thought about this as, well, I want this forest to be protected, and I trust the people in this story to do it. And it stuck with them to the point where it was mentioned in speeches afterwards. That's what we're going for. And that can come from a lot of other places. So in the space world, where there have been attempts at profiling people whose names are not Richard Branson, who are going into space, that's really helpful. Let's get to know who these folks are. The more and who they are as a human level, not just their private astronauts. Yep. That where they come from, who they are, who their family is, what are they all about. People will identify with that. I can't say whether or not that's going to be stronger than the best designed clickbait that's ever been, But we have to put our best foot forward in telling the most compelling stories that are funny, that are inspiring, that again people see themselves into. That's to me the best way to meet that.
Mixed with this science competency,
Right, of course, yeah.
right? So
Right.
that you can, people can learn even at a basic level, kind of what is this all about? And there's people doing this right now. We have to find a way to get it out there more. I don't know, normalize it more.
Yeah, you bring up that balance again, Katrina. You all are students of human behavior. We are going to bring our vices to space as well as through the communication in that battle against clickbait. It sounds like Michael was successful offering practical responses. Is that typically successful? And how much do you have to, if you're going to preempt it, how much do you have to have that awe factor that we're less good at?
Yeah, well, so you can succeed in pushing back. You just have to stick with it. Like the people you're up against, like it's in their financial best interest to spread that misinformation. They're not going to stop as long as they keep making money. It's funny. I just read about a radio station that shut down all their comments on social media and instead forcing people to write letters to the editor again as a way to people like actually make them work to make their comments, which is pretty clever. But you have to push back. You can't just kind of disarm in the face of this because those narratives are going to be define you forever. And that's kind of hard to say if you're a smaller shop. If you're SpaceX and you have a communications department who can rely on this, that's a little easier to take. So I have to go back again to the idea of solidarity, that we have to organize ourselves and work together and support each other in order to push back along against these narratives that are harmful to the whole enterprise.
And I have to make the plug and say that's where we can help. That's what we want to do. That's what we do. That's what we've been doing. And we're, this is going to be a learning process too, because, who knows what format or platform we're going to be doing this on in 2 years. I don't know, so we do need to work together on all of this and make sure we're all moving forward and pushing the same agenda, which is space is good for us and space is cool. But it's also, I think, our inevitable future.
Yes.
So, we have to talk about it.
Yeah. Do you all typically incorporate a little bit of market research into the formation of a video, how you're going to plan doing a project?
We try to. We work with organizations large and small who have different resources. Mm-hmm. So I'd love to say we do that all the time, but we say most of the time. Sometimes that's informed by actual polls that are out in the field. Mm-hmm. Sometimes it's informed by social listening. Sometimes it's instinct and talking with colleagues to understand what else is important out there. But you have to, these are not, we don't make these stories just for the heck of it. Yeah. These are strategic. They're meant to do something and to have an effect. So if we don't do that research, we won't be as effective.
Great. Well, thank you so much for joining us for Saturday Space and for good fodder for the factual side. Michael Mealing's always a good person to follow on Twitter. And hope you'll make some friends from this call. Lots of folks in the chat. And thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Find us on LinkedIn. Also, we have just to send you to our, let me know. Can you see the page? Okay. All right. So that's the space specific one. Of course, you can go to the main page and see all the things that Jordan's working on. It's exciting, but thank you so much for having us. This was a really wonderful conversation. And of course, we're always happy to keep that conversation going. Connect with us on LinkedIn.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have an interview. Tim Crispin, our executive director, is going to interview Pete Wilczynski, one of our favorite guests from a few months ago. Pete is the program executive at NASA headquarters, a U.S. Air Force veteran, expert in interagency and international collaborations in space system acquisition and development, satellite ops expert, and NASA HQ's ombudsman and aviator. We had a great conversation about being an ombudsman last time. Pete, welcome back.
Hi, Lee. Good afternoon. Good morning.
Great to see you.
Good to
And
see
I'm
you.
going to turn it over to Tim.
Thanks, Lee. Great to
Hey,
have you here,
Tim.
Pete. How are
Hey,
you?
Thank you once again. I have background envy of models and rockets, as you can, right? I have the same issues.
Yeah. I like to tell people that, if I'm going to be stuck working from my house, I might as well have fun with it, and people get to see a little piece of where I live.
Exactly. By the way, that previous segment, there's a lot to be said about articulating what we do in space to everybody in the community, and it was really fascinating to listen to. It's a really important aspect of everything we do, and I would say that as a government space guy, sometimes we don't do it well enough. So kudos to that segment. Well done.
Yeah, no, I think Block by Block Creative does an exceptional job crafting those stories. And I came from Army and CIA, and so we were the last to ever get our messages out. I know NASA's getting a lot better with you all recently publishing like your state by state economic impact reports. And so I think that's been really helpful, and that's good to see.
Yeah, it is. And it's one of those things, we get caught up in our own niche of technicality, and we get consumed because we feed off of it with each other, that we forget that if you cannot explain this to somebody you're talking to at Starbucks, your overall question is, what does it matter to me? How does it impact humanity? There it is right there. If you can't explain it, that's part of our struggle.
Yeah, no, and that's, when we're going out talking, that's something that we repeatedly emphasize whenever we bring experts on or we go out to the community is, we're trying to assume nobody knows any acronyms. We're trying to assume that, we challenge experts to put it in the simplest terms possible. Both because it's fun to watch people squirm, but also because we're trying to get the message out to a broad audience. And there's been too long where it's just been us talking to ourselves.
Indeed.
Yeah, but that gets me to my first question.
Yeah.
Like, how did you get into space? Where did this come from?
So thank you for inviting me back. It's a great forum, and I'm highly supportive of what you are doing, Tim and Lee have been doing. It's again getting the right people together and continue the conversation. I started in aviation about 100 years ago in the service in the Air Force. I did a lot of flying in my early days, and once upon a time, the Air Force asked me if I wouldn't mind doing a what do they call that? A career broadening assignment. Right? That's the military telling you that you're going to go do something completely different. And so I did, and I ended up going down to Johnson Space Center and working on shuttle, specifically military payloads that at that time in the late 80s, early 90s, were still at the tail end of, after Challenger reshaped the whole launch industry, we still had manifested military payloads that needed to go on shuttle. They were designed to go on shuttle bay deployments. So I was part of the cadre there, caught the space bug after a year or two down there, and then did some time in classified space with the NRO. And then in the late 90s, got out of the service and became a civil servant, which I spent some time in the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. And now the last 6 or 7 years now with NASA at NASA headquarters. So that's sort of my abbreviated journey. And it is, it wasn't a clear path, but once you get on the path, it's the right one, right? You're connected, what gets you up in the morning, And as I talk to colleagues of mine, the thing that gets you up out of bed and you run to work, if you don't run to work, then, you're doing something wrong, right? I mean, you should be excited, right? Because it is work, right? We call it work for a reason. So if it's fun, then that's all part of it. So yeah, that's my journey.
Yeah, no, this morning I was talking about how I realized most of yesterday's speakers came to space mid-career. And so it was that transition where they'd been doing something else and maybe had always been interested in space, maybe not, maybe just ran into it and sort of realized, and as you said, caught the space bug, and now are here. And so it is a cool story to hear, because it's not what you would stereotypically hear about space. We hear the astronauts training for 50 years or something like that.
Right. Well, it's a typical, especially since I was a military pilot. Everybody says, well, how come you didn't go into the astronauts? Well, the pedigree, as you guys know, the pedigree for to become a flight member of an astronaut team is extraordinary. I mean, not to mention test pilot school and, number one, number two of your class and so forth. And I did none of those things. so clearly, it was nice, but, not going to happen.
Yeah.
So we figured out a different way to contribute, right?
Well, right. And, we only need so many astronauts, and then so many PhDs, and so many, and so on and so on and so on. Right. So when, you described your career, and when I was doing LinkedIn stalking, you've basically spent your entire career bridging organizations. Which, it looks like even early in your career, which was when I was smashing rival organizations in the Army and not being cooperative. But how do you bring that to what you're doing now there in NASA?
Well, that's a great question. And as you know from your own experience, boy, is that challenging in government, right? I mean, it's about the organizational moral equivalent of a constant root canal, right? I mean, it is really hard because institutionally, agencies, DoD, NASA, NOAA, any of the other spacefaring agencies in the US in particular, we are entrenched in what we've been doing because we've been successful, right? And to that end, we like it our way. We do it our way. We have our, NASA is, steeped in rules and regulations for obvious reasons, for safety and human spaceflight safety. But it is our signature. NASA's signature is exactly how thorough and, in fact, how deep we are in checks, double checks, triple checks. The whole multitude of things. But when you marry or try to get partnerships with different organizations, you may have similar sets of requirements and similar ways to get there, but it is always challenging to break out of those swim lanes that each particular partner can be caught into. And that has gotten better in government over time. It's not perfect, clearly. I work in an agency at NASA headquarters. I work in the Joint Agency Satellite Division. That, by virtue of our title, is exactly what we do. We bring interagency requirements from a different agency that's non-NASA, in this case, mostly NOAA, and we build their satellites for them. All of their operational fleets, NASA builds, we launch them for them, and we then give them back to NOAA to operate, which NOAA has been doing for a better part of 60 years, operating the nation's weather satellites. So that partnership with NOAA has been around for a very long time and continues to work. But it also, like any relationship, takes day-to-day maintenance and care and feeding, right? And it has come with different challenges. And then in this swirl of, particularly the last 10 or 15 years, as we've become globalized, we have global partners now, global space agencies, other, European Space Agency, Taiwan Space Agency, Japanese Space Agency, who are valued partners. And then we institutionally have to deal with their institutional elements as a government entity and their cares and needs. And it is challenging. And I spend a lot of time, based on the experience that I've had with my colleagues at headquarters. It's basically in one way a level of counseling that we have to learn how to talk with each other in a different way. Because you come from NASA, you talk this way. You come from NOAA, you talk this way. I'm at ESA, I talk this way. You have to figure out a different way to talk to each other and reestablish expectations and needs. And I'll say from a US perspective that we're certainly over the last couple of decades have gotten very good at that. There's always room to continue to grow that way because it is specific. And, just because either NASA or DOD or any other agency has been doing it for 100 years, it doesn't make you necessarily entitled to that's the only way it can be done kind of methodology, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
No, I over the pandemic, I've gotten to hear some of my wife's calls. She works at the Federal Reserve Board and some of the terminology where if I were to go into a meeting trying to talk with them, we would never get anything done because what I'm thinking of as the correct term is not what they're using. And I can only imagine how much worse that gets than adding in the international layer to that.
Yeah. And to be completely frank, even NASA. So we have 10 centers, right? Geographically dispersed around the country, right? We talk differently amongst ourselves. So talk about the algorithm there to talk as a unit to somebody external. We have to counteract all the colloquialisms that exist between our different centers, whether you're at Johnson or Kennedy, or you're out west at Edwards. There's different elements of this and different cultures. So yeah, we cope with that as well.
Yeah, and I don't doubt that makes it hard then to get the message out about all the good stuff that is being done, especially the stuff that affects Earth. It's probably more often what comes up when a appointee sends around a request for information and everybody's like, well, this isn't my job. I'm trying to, do the first of this new amazing thing. But what are some of those messages that maybe aren't getting out as much about what, you see it, you're sitting between all these different agencies.
Yeah, and I would say that of all of the governmental agencies, I think historically, NASA has probably done better than others. Can clearly do more. This started with Apollo, with the whole premise that in the Kennedy administration, that the only way the U.S. population was going to embrace going to the moon and the fortitude, both financial and otherwise, that was going to be needed by this nation to get there, we had to get public buy-in to this. And so NASA decided to do the public outreach of that. That basically is the foundational methodology of how NASA operates now to this day, based on what we did in the 60s and 70s with Apollo. We continue to talk about the goodness. We talk about the Earth and Earth science, and in particular, things related to Earth Day and how we try to convey the science. One of the elements that we, the space builders in the Earth science community, are learning is that we again get caught up in the world of the widgets of how great our little spacecraft is, or big spacecraft is, or what the instrumentation is, or how fascinating the technology is, because it certainly is. But at the end of the day, it is what happens to the user when they get it on their phone, right?
Yep.
Or whatever platform there is. Because once it's in their hands, it's manipulated. Like, you and I will look at the weather later this afternoon, see what's going on, so we can go take a run, walk, whatever we're doing to see what's happening. That's what we do. That's what we consciously do. And it is the providers of that data, satellite, in situ, terrestrial, all the providers of that data that put this into the hands of not only qualified meteorologists to do this, but also those of us who are not qualified meteorologists just want to know, should we bring an umbrella or not? And it is that translation of creating data products that can be more easily used. I think one of the things that when we were exchanging emails earlier, I think I was thinking about with, how from a government perspective, cooperatively with industry, how can we partner in a better way? A lot of the things that the government does institutionally can provide larger platforms and make those big corporate, if you will, kind of investments. But I think industry in many ways can help, in particular to Earth science and basically our weather producing nation, is that creating the kinds of products that become friendlier to use. This doesn't obviate, obviously, the need for professionals in the meteorological business to continue to do the fascinating and great work that they do. But this is clearly a different way now that people get data, and it's satellite and it's otherwise. And to that end, it's also has to do with even understanding our oceans. People that live on the coastline want to know sea surface height and things that are coming with an impending storm, a nor'easter, a coastal flooding situation. Does that affect my neighborhood? Should I be, migrating out of the neighborhood I live? Should I be moving other, home resources out of the way? These are all things that are now commonplace. This is how we operate now, and that data has to be easily understood, because unless it's actionable, again, by our whole constituency of citizens in the country and around the world, then who's it for? I mean, there's obviously a science element, clearly, but they're scientists. They're trained to do this. The rest of it is for the rest of the people to benefit from. And I think there's more work that NASA, NOAA, private industry can do to enable the data part. Once it's on the ground, what can we do with the data? Getting it somewhere else faster and making it better in terms of its platform delivery. Can it be, does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it does. Because, ultimately it's whatever you're doing, it's about the customer. And so I think, as you're saying, like, it's important, even if you can't upgrade the sensors that are already flying, you can make the back end, a little bit better, and always be improving your foxhole, as we used to say in the Army.
Data exploitation, really. Because like you say, on orbit, thanks to physics, we can't do much once it's on orbit. We can't do much. However, data on the ground can continue to be processed and reprocessed and manipulated and remanipulated in different ways. And if you add, some of I say this often to my 20-year-old geoscience daughter who's studying geoscience. I say, if you applied, sort of Pixar technology, like from the Hollywood animation series, and you apply that to atmospheric science, for example, what does that do for atmospheric science? How do you interpret data? How does a picture then, because at the end of the day, the picture is the 1,000 words, right? So how does a picture, something that shows up here, how does that change, how that data is interpreted? The value of that asset that's thousands and millions of taxpayer dollars on orbit, what does that mean to me?
Yeah, no, exactly. I do want to ask, and I am exceptionally bad at follow-up questions, but we're talking about these satellites that you're the program executive for, the Joint Polar Sensing
Satellite System.
There we go. What I know from reading a little bit about it that it represents sort of a phase shift in accuracy, detail, and the like. But like, what does it give me different?
JPSS, the Joint Polar Satellite System, is the continuation of a nearly 45-year climate data record that was established by NOAA of polar satellites that have been flying around our planet since 50 years ago. Yeah. The data generationally, as all these satellites have matured generationally, is highly more accurate, temporally sensitive. Its accuracy and calibrations are becoming almost absolutely perfect with the advent of adding GPS to a lot of our signals now. We can get a near perfection. And so what happens is this particular data set of this 2,600 kilo satellite, it's a very good sized satellite. Yeah. With 4 or 5 instruments on board that take a multitude of data down. What this data feeds for my customer, the National Weather Service, NOAA, it feeds them the basic data that's needed to generate into their atmospheric models, basic data that they need to get a steady state condition to allow other data to be added into their weather models, such as geostationary data, observational data, radar data, all of that together, that they can ensemble this data and then give it to a human in the form of a meteorologist that can look at this and then project, right? 1 day, 3 day, 5 day, 7 day type forecasts. And so the basis, the anchor of that model is these polar orbiting satellites, has been for nearly 40 years. And the accuracy of that first get, if you will, of that model, that weather model, that first time, the accuracy of that is really what allows the high level of accuracy that our nation's forecasters, both public, private, and governmental forecasters, that allows them to take a really good look and make some powerful judgments on what's happening with high confidence of the data, right? So that's in 30 seconds or less what JPSS provides. It does many other things, but that is the core essence of what it does for my customer NOAA.
Okay, so I remember reading early in COVID that something about how weather forecasts got worse because fewer planes were flying and feeding that data into the National Weather Service. But you all are doing the step or two before that.
So satellite-based data tends to be the backbone, the anchor, because once on orbit, always on orbit. It stays, it's absolute until failure. Not gonna, it stays and it's absolute, and it is the anchor. The other terrestrial observations from airplane, other in situ observations, observers around the country and around the globe, balloons, different and radars, all of that contribute to that whole ensemble that a forecaster then looks at and starts predicting the out days with relative confidence, right? Because the confidence, at the end of the day, what we want to get to is a forecast, right? This is what you and I want when we want to go out for a run or a walk. We want to know that tomorrow's forecast, its confidence is the same for Saturday. When we look at Saturday, and it's a few days away, and you know how things can change. But if you can forecast with that same level of confidence at 24 hours, at 48 or 72 hours, now you've accomplished something. And I'll just say that, the National Weather Service and the Hurricane Center and all the other components of Weather Service have done remarkable jobs. Let's look at the hurricane season here just recently. I mean, predictions of landfall for hurricanes and the amount of saturation in terms of these wet rain events and the saturation have been predicted nearly perfectly. Is a tough word to say because it's never perfect, but high confidence, high confidence. And that's just not satellite, but that's the whole ensemble of predictions. And that's what got people out of Louisiana safely. That's what kept the death toll virtually non-existent as compared to going up the East Coast and forecasts weren't taken as seriously. The emphasis wasn't given. And here again, communication is a little bit of a breakdown from how we try to inform people that this rain was coming, and it came, and it is coming. I mean, just looking at the Washington Post this morning, talking about the UN Climate Agency, talking about, are we ready for how much water the planet's going to get? And so this is not the new normal. This is just normal.
I'm definitely not ready. I got to clean my gutters. But
make sure you check the forecast before you get on the roof.
Yeah, there we go. So with JPSS, you said it's the continuation or sort of the next phase, but how much better the data and on-orbit stuff's getting, where does this go next?
Great question. So I will say that there's obviously a huge look at partnership with the commercial entities that are producing smaller constellation of constellations that are going to do very specific measurements, right? Perhaps, a Battlestar Galactica type of satellite like JPSS at 2,600 kilos has a multitude of things it's sensing. Smaller satellites on the order of 6, 12, 24U can do single component, single parameter kind of measurements in high volume and high concentration, if they formation, fly, or otherwise. The commercial industry is really being very innovative here. And this is where the partnerships with government can come into play. This is where the overlap of requirements becomes significant. Government has a need for the data. It has a need for accuracy and the science capability. and the providers are getting them up there and getting data. And I think it's going to converge on a pretty decent solution. It's working in areas of radio occultation, for example. There's some providers of radio occultation. This is where you look at the bending of the GPS signal through the atmosphere, and that bending delta can tell you elements of precipitation and pressure change in the atmosphere. It's fantastic science. We can have another talk about that another day. But that is another GPS-based signal that is so particularly accurate that it is so helpful to the weather prediction element that we were talking about earlier. These things like this, those types of instruments can be flown by industry and entrepreneurs in the commercial business, and in partnership with the government, may find itself in a pretty decent marriage. And there will be others like that. We're already talking about other sounding. Sounding is when you take a measurement of temperature and pressure through the atmosphere. They refer to that as a sounding. These sounding measurements that can be done by smaller satellites, and multitudes of them, will probably be somewhere where we partner, because the innovation that industry drives is something that, from an agility perspective, the government is not quite as good that way in terms of that fast-paced developmental deploy, put it into service. We operate at a much slower, much more methodical deployment sequence. And I think that's an opportunity for a large-scale partnership, in the small sat constellations of satellites. Really does.
Yeah, for sure. I would imagine you could, contract it's almost a subscription service and lower the overall program cost.
Yeah, and what gets sorted out there again is the data and who manages the data once it gets on the ground. There's a lot more work to be done there in terms of how best to do that, but it has potential. It really does.
Yeah. So then, as you're going forward. I come from national security space, where even though the DoD is buying commercial imagery, they're still running dedicated platforms to do classified work.
Right.
Is there a plan for a similar model there with NASA and NOAA? There's like a dedicated persistent system that provides the backbone, and then you just contract out the rest.
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think the government has identified through the science community, and of course through the national academies, has decided that certain variables that we study for climate are absolute. And the study of climate over time is really one of the big things that climate scientists do. They trend it, they look at it, besides day-to-day operational forecasts. But then the long-term use is that continuity of that record. And so this is where the stability of government systems helps maintain that stability of that record. We've looked at these images in 1962, we'll look at them in 72, we'll look at them at 82, we'll look at, you look at that continuity of a data set. That is really important to make sure that we plan correctly for the ever-changing planet. Now, operationally though, the other elements of environmental sensing will evolve to be, I suspect it will be many commercial partnerships, and it could be and then partnerships to get the data down and share the data. Then product sharing is the next stage of that, because sensing it is one thing. You kind of put water on it and it blossoms. Once you get it on the ground, you create products of that data, because it's ones and zeros until you make a pretty picture out of it, right?
Exactly.
So, I think there's a lot more to be done there, and a lot more to be shared. Because the government doesn't need to do all that, but that clearly can be shared expensed in the future. We have a long way to go with that still, but I think it's encouraging, because I think the price points for everybody are going to work out quite well.
Yeah, no, it definitely seems so. When you were talking about the continuity of record, I remember seeing there's a handful of different measurements of the climate over the past 100 years where there's like gaps. And it's always awkward if that's your field of study and you're like, yeah, sorry, our bad.
Well, you'll ask leadership across the government and across municipalities will ask scientists to say, has this ever happened in the last 50 years? Well, I only have 20 years of record, or I have segmented 30 years. And so it puts an inherent bias into that data or to your answer. It gives a bias to your answer to go, well, I don't have all the data, but I think, and that's unfortunate. What we want is all these these climate variables that have been studied and annotated as the most essential are well known, and that's what some of these legacy systems are doing for the government from both the NASA perspective and from NOAA.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think we're right at time here, but thanks, Pete.
It goes by quick, man.
I know, right?
It does. Great conversation. There's a lot more to be to talk about on these topics. Any one of these topics could be a separate, TED talk, clearly. But thank you, Tim, for the invitation. I'd love to chat some more. So I'll take any questions or anything else that anybody has from the audience or anywhere after the call. I'll be happy to talk about.
Cool. Thanks, Pete.
Sure.
It's so much fun. It's great to have him on. Our next speaker is Abraham Matthew. Abraham Matthew is the VP of Engineering at Orbital Sidekick, where he leads a team to build a hyperspectral imager that sent to space, taking remote sensing data of planet Earth. He's been involved in aerospace and startups for over 30 years, having worked in traditional aerospace companies such as Northrop Grumman, government entities such as NASA, and he even did a couple of terms at Goldman Sachs. He's worked at a large number of startups from 3D printing to UAVs, and at Orbital Sidekick, he brings his diverse experience into the challenging world of remote sensing, leading a team of engineers to build a constellation. Abraham, the screen is yours.
So Lee, thank you so much. Can everybody hear me?
Yep.
Great. Let me share my content here for a second. Let's see here. All right, we're a Google house, so.
Yep, we don't see that one a lot.
Can everybody see my presentation?
Yes, but it's not in presentation mode if you are doing it that way.
How about now? Better? Okay.
We are seeing it in presenter mode, which
Right
is
now, right?
fine.
Okay. Is this full screen?
Not yet.
Not yet. Not yet. There's 3 screens here. Stand by, please.
Sure. There we go. Looks great. You are muted. Somehow hit that button in the process.
A little PDF of this.
There you go. No, you had it just fine.
No, how about now? Can full screen of this? Okay, now, how about now? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we are no longer seeing your slides.
Oh
I'm
my
so
God.
sorry. That full screen gets us every time.
How about now?
Those are big enough to be seen. Yes, that's great. There we go.
Okay, how about perfect?
Perfect.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Abraham Matthew. I am the VP of Engineering at Orbital Sidekick, and we basically send hyperspectral satellites out to orbit and take remote sensing data of the planet Earth. As Lee had mentioned, I've been involved in aerospace. My undergrad degrees are in aerospace and for decades. And the level of investment in our field right now is quite stunning. It's due to a number of factors. One is that the access to space has reduced by quite a lot. And number two, and even more importantly in some sense, is that the technology that's being put in space has improved substantially. For example, the cameras that we sent out to orbit used to fit on a lunchroom table. Today, some of these systems can fit in a shoebox. By bringing the cost of going to space down, by reducing weight, by increasing performance, by the type of sensors that are being sent out. A lot of capacity has been improved. The other thing is that a lot of industrial-based hardware right now can exist in space. So a lot of mostly off-the-shelf components can be sent into various type of orbits in space because the cost of this has come down, and the time period of how long these things need to exist in space has also come down. For example, our satellites are designed to last between 1 to 5 years instead of the traditional 15-year cycle. You know, when you reduce the time in space, you also reduce a lot of the capacity. You don't need to be as rad hardened in the orbits that we go on. So that substantially reduces the testing of the hardware, what type of hardware you sent out. In addition, the capacity of these hardwares have come up a lot more. The other thing is that a lot of times the technology on the ground will supersede you because the technology itself is improving quite rapidly. So all of this combined allows you to go to space cheaper. And so there's a lot of investment, especially in the venture capital area and the startup area. The US still leads in this field. If you look at the number of satellite companies, depending on how you define it, the US is way ahead of the world. Now, to be fair, we've had a substantially longer foundation in the US. And a lot of the players in the world will catch up to these numbers as they investigate this technology, as the technology itself comes into being, and as access to space continues to get more ubiquitous around the planet. Space can be defined in a lot of ways, and there's a lot of players there. We define it in one way as the upstream and downstream of the business. The upstream can be thought of as the builders of satellites, the launchers, SpaceX being one of the leading people right now, and data collectors, i.e. the people who own satellites. Downstream, there's a lot of players too. KSAT is the traditional company that downlinks your data from outer space, but there's a lot of new players. Microsoft, Amazon, they've gotten involved. They are starting to put down ground stations, obviously because the amount of data in some sense are very large. Our data sets are fairly large, and Amazon and Microsoft would really like to get that data into their ecosystem. So they're putting down ground stations. Obviously, they're providing storage, and in the case of both companies, they're also providing hardware, if you will, virtually in the cloud to process all this data. You can also be a company that analyzes the data. So you can buy your data from satellite providers and analyze the data. And obviously, many clients don't care how the data is captured. They do care what that data means to them. So you can be a product company that gears towards each client. Because we own our own satellites and send them up, we are in an ecosystem that traverses multiple areas. I've talked to companies that are both data providers and data consumers, and they always say the same thing. Gee, I wish I had access to better data, or I can task the satellite myself, et cetera. Because we own the full flow of that pipeline, we can actually task our own satellites, provide that data, condition that data, and then provide it towards our customers in a very competitive fashion. In an oversimplified way, we provide global monitoring solutions for various industries and government entities. We have our own platform. So in addition to the data, we analyze the data and provide it in a platform that is very much geared towards each customer. If you are in the oil and gas industry, you will want your data very differently than forestry services, and definitely very different from what the military will want. So this, by having access to both the data and conditioning that data, we have access to a lot of customers where we can fulfill what they need from this data. What is hyperspectral? So remote sensing has been around for quite a while, as has been hyperspectral and all sorts of competing technology. But to commercialize this technology, that has only occurred in the last, if you really want to get on a startup competitive level, 5 years. And the reason is that the sensors have come down in weight and size, and performance has improved, that you can put these things in space now. Hyperspectral is, if you will imagine a rainbow and you see multiple colors, that's multispectral in the visible regime. So those 7 colors you see is 7 bands of light. Hyperspectral will take light and separate it out into hundreds of bands. What that gives us the ability to do is that if you have black oil on top of black tar in a JPEG visible RGB image, you'll see black there. In hyperspectral, because the light reflects very differently, absorbs very differently between those mediums, we are capable of seeing the distinction between those two entities. By seeing that level of granularity, not only in the visible, but also in the short infrared and then long wave and mid wave, we can distinguish a lot more granularity. And by seeing more granularity, we can identify species on the ground a lot better. How do we do it? Well, you build hyperspectral systems. This HSI payload, I think there was a gentleman on the call from Kirkland. That's actually their shaker table. So we're really appreciative of working with the Air Force there. We went down to Kirkland, and you got to shake your stuff before you send it out to orbit to make sure it survives. You put it into a satellite bus. On the lower left, you see our satellite, one of them, that is the Aurora satellite. And then you strap it down to one of the rockets, in this case, the Falcon 9 in the middle. And then in the lower right, you see Falcon 9 inserting it into space. This launch was actually in June of this year. In addition to launching hardware into space, you've got to add some meaning to what those hardware, what this information actually has. Lower in the upper middle, you see a pipeline structure. This is a JPEG image. It doesn't look, nothing extraordinary looks in the JPEG image. But if you extract it out, you can see in the right that there is a leak performed in this specific image. And in the hyperspectral regime, when you look at certain of the bands that are reflecting in combination, multiple bands in combination, this leak comes up pretty obviously. Now, extracting data is all great, but you have to make this useful to your customers. So we have a user platform on the bottom. In this specific case, one built for the oil and gas pipeline that conveys this information to the provider, to the customers in a way that they understand. Various technologies go into this. It's not, you don't just look at data and process it. You also need to process it on board. And the reason for that is that data downlinks are, so far the ground stations are located 45 minutes, maybe 90 minutes apart. There's a lot of issues with downlinking. It's a very complicated task trying to take data from something that's moving at 18, 20,000 miles an hour in orbit. And so one of the other things that we do is we task our satellites to onboard, to go through the data on board and find anomalies. This wouldn't be possible 10 years earlier because the algorithms combined with the computing hardware in the size and weight and capacity did not exist. So with these new platforms that can exist in space, we're able to process the data on board and not just process them, but in real time, deliver that data meaningfully to the ground within seconds, if not minutes. In the other direction, we can also task satellites, and we're building out the infrastructure right now to task satellites within seconds, if not minutes. There was a joke that we can Slack our satellites, but the technology is actually getting there where you can actually send a Slack message to your satellite to task it. Obviously, commercial entities are interested in this, but the military would be very much interested in this task, and we're actually working with the military to improve this type of capacity. We use a lot of technologies, traditional ways of image processing, traditional ways of hyperspectral processing, but also a lot of ML/AI stuff is also coming into. This set of images shows you in the upper right an RGB image. Nothing stands out in the ordinary, but when you start extracting the methane signatures out of it, you can see how the methane is actually leaking from that little square over there. And on the lower left, you can go through various processes and you can actually see the plume is actually extensive. Again, traditional techniques for image processing, as well as the newer novel approaches that are being developed right now. Here's a picture from Avarice, which was a NASA, which still is a NASA JPL conglomeration. And you can see back in '95, hyperspectral imagery was valuable. This one was put on a plane, and I believe this was over California shoreline. And you can see how in hyperspectral you can distinguish various types of features on the ground. This technology has rapidly improved quite a lot since then. The sensor sizes have come down, and the capacity for analyzing this, especially in real time, have gone up. This is a picture from one of our satellites, from the HICE satellite. When Hurricane Dorian went through the Bahamas, it caused quite a lot of damage to one of the oil storage facilities. In the left-hand side, you can see a little bit of the damage. in the JPEG imagery, but you can't really distinguish what's going on here. In hyperspectra, you can clearly see how it can stand out if you're looking for various signatures on the ground. And again, another area that is really great at hyperspectral is vegetation stress. In this example, the RGB on top and then the hyperspectral on the bottom, the blue is healthy vegetation and the red could be potential fuel for fires. The fires in California and Colorado is a highlighting point for this type of technology. First, in terms of fire prevention, so that you can have access to where potential fires can start and escalate, and in fire and during fires, this adds a lot of value also. So to summarize, in the commercial field, there is quite a lot of excitement with this newer type of remote sensing technology. From agricultural, soil stress, chemical detection, methane emissions. We saw methane of 4,000 kilograms an hour coming from a landfill out in Pakistan. There were wellheads right here in the US that were flaring more than they suggested that they were flaring, that can be detected. As well as other stuff. So mineral exploration is another avenue that we're looking into. Cobalt, lithium, these are obviously minerals that are very much valued with the electric economy coming. And obviously disaster recovery, post hurricanes and things like that. There's a lot of value that hyperspectral can add in those areas. Our roadmap, we are a startup. We started in a garage. I think, what was it? It has been 4 years, I think 4 years ago. We sent something to the International Space Station in the visible, mostly visible spectrum, and we downloaded 15 terabytes of data, which in 2019 was quite astronomical. In 2021, that's actually becoming routine. So you can see how very quickly things that were phenomenal are being normalized, shall we say. So the data capacity from outer space is increasing very quickly. And so the capacity itself for what new exciting things can be put out in space and how it can be, cast and stuff, it's also going. We just launched our Aurora spacecraft in June, and as you can see, we've this is what I mean by how the technology supersedes itself. When we launched HEIST back in December of 2018, that was a really amazing sensor for its size. By 2021, that had already superseded. In fact, when we made HEIST operational, what was on the ground has superseded HEIST already. So if you plan for 15 years, you're going to fall behind very quickly, because in year 3, somebody else will come out with something better than what you have in orbit. So we launched Aurora, which allowed us to see into the SWIR area. And next year, we're going to start launching a commercial constellation, the GHOST constellation, at 8-meter GSD. And nobody on the planet has 8-meter GSD in hyperspectral on a commercial entity. And so we're going to, by the end of next year, we're going to put 6 of these things up so that we can fully commercialize it. Presently, we're actually working on another system called the Gen 5 system that is an advanced system that will put, that has GSDs and specifically SNRs. I mean, not to go into the technicals, but your signal noise ratio is actually way more important sometimes than how good of a resolution you have. And that is way more advanced than what is happening right now in technology. So we're putting that up post our GHOST cluster. So as you can see, we're rapidly expanding very quickly within years. I mean, within 5 years, we've gone from a basement to these advanced systems. Not only do we put up hardware, we also are expanding our platform out. Initially, it was just PDF reporting. Now we have real-time monitoring on the web. And then we move over to exploring and various other entities that are specifically made towards each commercial entity, as well as our relationship with the military. So to summarize, in our commercial side, we're talking about sustainability, whether it's mining operations or explorations, to delivery of that product, such as pipeline monitoring, to regulatory compliance. Obviously, food and vegetation stress and forestry services, these are very good for hyperspectral. And there's a lot of advanced concepts that are now being investigated on the commercial level. There's been a lot of this research done in academia, and obviously commercializing it on a reliable level is very challenging, and we're right in the thick of that also. So I hope that I can give you a short presentation on what hyperspectral is and what we're doing at Orbital Sidekick. And if you have any questions, I would love to hear from them. Let's see here.
Thank you so much, Abraham. We do have a comment in the chat from Michael Mealing at Starbridge. The combination of SAR and hyperspectral gives you far more useful information than pure optical, but the analytics requirements are tremendous. That kind of leads into one of my questions, which is about the differentiation that I think Orbital Sidekick has with the analytics platform that you provide to your customers. I think being overwhelmed with data is something we're going to face and are starting to face already. And the fact that you package your product in a way that can be consumed by your specific companies seems like a very good competitive advantage. At the same time, L3Harris had a whole mapping division for some of their data, which they have continued to de-emphasize over time. Can you talk about your strategy there and what you've learned?
So at the end of the day, on the commercial side, you have to figure out how you're adding value.
Yeah.
At the present, if you take a specific field like pipeline transportation, presently it's been done the same way it's been done for the past 30, 40 years, which is basically some person in a Cessna sticking his or her head out the window to see if there's bulldozers digging in a pipeline. That's a very effective way. I mean, I worked at a UAV company, which is another competing technology.
Yeah.
In U.S. airspace, the UAVs have not been green lighted. There is a huge amount of pressure in that airspace to green light them because countries like China and Brazil and India are more lenient on those areas. Obviously, their airspaces might not be as crowded just yet. Also, so there are a lot of SARS, synthetic aperture radar is another competing technology, and all of these newer ways of remote sensing. I mean, the winners will come to the top, and the winners are a combination of not just getting the data, like you said, but how you deliver that data. So we're working with each one of these entities to really understand their businesses, because it's not how you want to present the data by itself. If you look at forestry, a mid-level, upper-level manager will acquire the data way differently than someone on the field trying to put out the fire. So you have to really understand the requirements of the customer, and then you have to understand your own technology, because the customer doesn't want to understand your technology. They just want to get on with why you're adding value to their basis. And you're right, there's been a lot of entities out there. I think our approach is to get intimate with each customer, understand what those customers are, and to see how this technology can add value. I mean, you've seen that you can identify things in hyperspectral from a satellite way, that it may not be the same way as flying in an airplane or even sending a UAV out. So we're looking at what those advantages are from satellite platforms and how hyperspectral is not a active, you take the sunlight and reflect it back. SARS is active, but it's active, which means you got to shoot down a laser or a radar back and then reflect it back. And I've talked to some of the SARS folks, and there are lots of challenges on how that radar reflects back. And some, this goes back to a little bit indirectly with what media will say. You see, I remember one time, I think one of the entities had a ship that was stuck in the what was that?
The ever something, yeah.
Right. And we looked at that picture, and we looked back at the satellite specs, and I was like, oh, come on. I mean, as an engineer, you can clearly tell how those specs are. And I said that spec does not align with what you're saying your performance is, because you can see, So there's a lot of fluff, and obviously, there's a lot of fake it till you make it stuff out there. But at the end of the day, like I'm the head of my engineering department. There's no faking. Whatever the visionaries want to say, you're scratching your head. So you promise what? And then you go back and start to deliver this stuff. So yeah, there's a lot of challenges to this. And at the end of the day, the buck kind of stops with the engineering team, because we actually have to deliver both on the performance of the satellite and on delivery of the platform. So we're working intimately with the customer to make them familiar with this technology and to deliver these value addeds. And some of the technology that we have actually delivered to the customer, that customer can see the value now. Mm-hmm. And we're slowly trying to integrate it into their platforms in their areas. A lot of these areas have been so traditional that they're very conservative. Yeah. They do not want to change from them, and it's very understandable. It's been the way regulatory. They're like, it's a line item in an oil and gas, and they're like, really? So you really got to add value on why, just compared to what they're doing, and the added value is that it's not just leaks; it's staying ahead of the leaks.
Yeah.
So we can monitor the pipeline and monitor the health of what's happening on the ground, stuff like that.
Yeah, if you can integrate it with the age of each stand of pipe in your pipeline, is there a pattern? You analyze the temperatures, the weather. Yeah.
Sure.
You talked a little bit about the life and obsolescence patterns of the technologies that you're bringing to the market, which kind of opens questions about the declining value of propellant depots. Like if every satellite up there becomes obsolete on the time frames that you're talking about, do we lose some of the value of some of the other new technologies that are being developed in the new space economy?
I mean, I can speak for my own entity. The satellite field is very diverse. I mean, we're looking at refueling depots. We're looking at debris cleanup.
Yeah.
These are all very advanced concepts because you have to figure out until we get to a point where one satellite hits another one. And then, I mean, a debris cleanup, like who's going to pay for this?
Yeah.
Western powers who have money, possibly, but it's an international problem. It's not just a US problem, stuff like that. I think that in our technology keeps, passing forward. I mean, something like aperture radar was government. It's hyperspectral Hyperion when NASA put it up, $200 million for that thing. And now a shoebox can outperform that thing. Systems. So we're always cognizant that we're going to run into ourselves because we literally outperform ourselves on the ground when we put up, a satellite. Possibly in other entities, radar hardening rad hardening, is absolutely necessary when you start going into geospatial, beyond a couple of hundred kilometers into orbit. I mean, even a South Atlantic anomaly, you got to be careful when you fly over there. The space station has to be careful, and we have to be careful there also. So those are value added and absolutely required. We are in a startup, a San Francisco-based startup, which has to keep pushing at a very, we closed on Series A, we're well capitalized, but in space, that doesn't mean anything. Yeah. As we've seen, catastrophic failures from a lot of these companies. So our approach is to always innovate the way San Francisco startups innovate. So we take some risks in some avenues. Again, we don't, because we're in orbit, we can send up industrial hardened equipment for most of the systems. And then we work with providers that have traditionally put things up and understand that aspect of the market. Don't try to build everything yourself. You're not going to outperform the 6 satellite providers today. They're just good at what they do. I mean, back in the day, I remember we wouldn't switch to lithium ion because nickel metal hydride batteries were great. And it took startups to push that envelope and says, hey, we're going to go up there for 3 years. Just keep the lights on for that, that period. So that's how our approach is. But in other industries, I do have to respect because it's a different approach in those industries.
Great. Well, just to the last question, you've done a lot of different things in aerospace. Why remote sensing and why now?
Well, we kind of started the company together. But remote sensing is a very hot field right now. There are so many systems that are placed in orbit. I mean, the JPEG, Google Maps is a value added. Who knew, if you were in 2005 and you knew Google was going to come around, I would have given you $1 for that one. But I mean, for all of that stuff. So there's a lot of, as the capacity comes more and more, the ideas come also. So this investment fever goes through various things. We had the .com boom, we had the EV boom, we had the photovoltaic boom. We're in the thick of space boom right now. So a lot of investments, and you're right, a lot of these investments will not pan out, but that's exactly how VC capital works in the startup area. And I think it's a really good thing that we've had government entities, and as you saw in the graph, we're still 5,000 companies in the satellite field, however you define that. It's really exciting to be in this space. And so there's a lot of great ideas being, put out there, and it'll push the field forward. And so remote sensing is a field. I mean, there's 100+ launch companies. One company dominates because yeah, exactly. So I mean, but there's a lot of ideas out there, and it's being pushed. So remote sensing is a very popular, hot topic right now, and I'm excited to work in a technology that has a lot of potential.
That's great. And sounds like you're having a lot of success. You've got funding, you've got customers, you've got partners. Thank you for bringing new customer categories to the market. I think that will help spread the stories that we were talking about in the last conversation getting public engagement. If everybody knows somebody who's using space data and is aware they're using space data, that will help our cause.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. And next, speaking of commercializing new technologies, we have a guest to talk about our new Space Business Plan competition, which will be at our November event on the 9th and 10th. Thomas Andrew Olson has been the program director of that competition since 2011. Over the last decade, it has awarded over $350,000 to deserving space-related early-stage companies. He is the founder of the Center for Space Commerce and Finance, which sponsors the business plan competition. Tom, thanks for being on today. Tell us a little bit about what you have on the docket for next month. Can you make Tom a co-host? There he is. Sorry about that, Tom.
That's better. I'm glad I had the other little thing of going, I can't unmute myself. What am I going to say? Oh, God, hand signals,
We have muzzled you.
what the hell is going on, kind of thing. And, okay, I am seeing a lot of great folks here today and a lot I recognize. And thank you for all being here. The two Michaels, good to see you. Joe Gillen. And Lee, always a pleasure.
Likewise.
Okay, yeah, we have done over the past year, we've done two very, very excellent New Space Business Plan competitions, sponsored by Foundation for the Future. They offer a grand prize of $5,000 for the best business plan, business model to be promoted. We get some great candidates every time, and we always make it as difficult as we can for the judges to make a good decision. I was hoping to see him here. I don't see him, but our winner last time was Esper Satellite Imagery, and they're all the way from Australia. So this is a big. So we're becoming very international in scope as to how we're doing these things. We've had applicants from all over the world, not just the U.S. or Canada, but Australia, as I said before, and the Middle East, Europe. It's really run the gamut, and it's continuing to do so, judging by what's been coming in recently over the transom. So I just wanted to just very briefly say hi and remind you that it's still on. We are doing another great New Space Business Plan competition, all virtual. This thing is getting legs, it's catching on. We're getting a lot of great traction out of it, and it's a lot of fun. Besides that, because we get to do some coaching. There's always, as I say, there's always service after the sale on these things. If you sign up and you become a finalist, you also get a couple hours of just really intense live coaching time with some of our great staff of coaches who come from all over the financial and business industries, business arenas to assist and help polish the presentation and sometimes in some cases polish their thinking. To make sure they can make the absolute best impression they can on the judges, because you only have about 8 to 10 minutes to make a really good impression. And the judges have had plenty of time to look at you. They have seen your entire business plan. They've seen your executive summary. They've seen everything, and they've seen your slide deck, plenty of time in advance. And so they already know what questions they're going to ask you. And so I feel part of what I do is with our team of coaches too. We help, we help even that particular playing field as best we can. And it's also just, I think it's a great show for everyone else to look at and watch. I mean, but this is it's not really a simulation. I mean, these are how deals get done.
Yeah.
These are how things get made often, whether it's a Silicon Valley, funding organization or an outfit like Sturbridge Capital. You may only get at first 10, 15, 20 minutes to make that good first impression and excite the people there into carrying that conversation further. And we're just trying to, in a very public way, show how that process works at the beginning stages. And we, over the years, we've been doing this for 11 years. This will be our 21st New Space Business Plan competition that we've done. So we feel we have a pretty good formula in getting this thing out. There's been some great deal flow as a result of this. And we have awarded collectively roughly $400,000 total over an 11-year period. So we're hoping to boost that a little bit more. And so all sorts of doors are opening up right now. So it's a really great time. What I do want to do, let's see if I have it. I want to, yeah, there it is. Now, if you want to apply and you haven't applied yet, then you should really consider this, because we have about 2 weeks. We want to close this on October 20th. We've extended it to October 20th. That gives us at least roughly another 20 days or so to have the coaching done and get everything together in time for the event itself, which would be, I think we agreed on November 10th as part of that 2-day event. So that'll be happening. There'll be a lot more announcements coming. If you go to our website, cscf.space, there'll be more announcements and more blog posts and news posts. See what's going on there. I did put in the direct link for application.
Great.
And that's there we have it. We were going to do it. I just want to throw this out here just to let everyone know as an update, because we were also planning on doing a first live event on a real stage in front of people in Dubai at the International Astronautical Congress at the end of this month. Well, due to all sorts of bizarre, unfortunate logistical problems, what happened was we had to postpone it. We're not canceling it. We're postponing it to IAC 2022 in Paris.
Oh, what a bummer.
Yeah, I know. It's so
there.
tough.
Nobody wants to go to Paris.
Yeah, it's going to Paris, and it'll be I think either the 3rd or 4th week of September next year. So stay tuned for more announcements on that. The doors are already opening tremendously for us to go do that. We're starting right at the top, at the head of the International Astronautical Federation himself.
Yeah.
Got into this and said, okay, I really want to have you guys, and we want to do this, and let's do it in Paris, and we do it the right way. So doors are opening right and left for that one, so stay tuned on that one. If you're planning on applying for Dubai and want to apply to Paris, that's perfectly okay. Let me know. But in addition, while you're waiting, we have a really wonderful virtual competition going on just next month, and you can get a head start on that, and that will not disqualify you for participating in Paris if you want to do that. So just trying to give everybody an extra nudge. Come on in. We want to see you, and you'll be exposed to an entirely new audience that I know you haven't seen before, and has been very responsive. So there we go. Thanks so much.
Great. Very exciting. And, it's always fun to hear about this, the last part of the second day in preparation for the competition, because everybody's seen all these people who are talking about what they do, and it's so inspiring. And then you give them an opportunity to jump in and be part of it all. So it's a very practical entry point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And you never know what's going to happen from it. And it does, but those things do happen.
Yeah.
And have for a lot of people for a lot of years. So we hope to continue in that great tradition and keep opening doors.
Great. Well, we can't wait to see the program next on November 10th, 10:30 to 12:30 Eastern time, with winners announced, usually sometime around 2 or 3 in the afternoon.
3:30, yeah.
Yeah.
Going in there. Yeah. We'll tighten it up in the next month and 5 days.
Yep.
Sure.
Thank you so much, Tom. We'll
Thank
see you
you
next month.
Yep. Yeah.
Well, we've talked about Bruce Willis, the Bends, Thucydides, crotch zippers, clickbait, the Denver Broncos, being bold, and the cone of shame, all key topics for a typical space conference. We had people join us from both the country and the state of Georgia, and we're grateful that you chose to join us as well on Conversations for the Future. Look for our next event on November 9th and 10th. We'll see you then. Thank you.